gentlemen, start your engines, brothers!
Hello, and welcome to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. Tonight we are going to talk about Yule as a 12-day event. I'm going to talk about the holiness of Yule, but we're also going to talk about various ways that we celebrate it and reasons we do what we do. And it should be a nice discussion this evening. Yeah, I hope since last time we got together, everybody had a nice Thanksgiving with their friends and family, and got a good start to this, I guess, what we would traditionally refer to as the holiday season. Not sure if everybody else has got their Yule stuff up, but my daughter was relentless. So I tell you what, I finally gave in on Friday. I had to wait until Thanksgiving was out of the way, but started getting stuff, and we got trees up and trying to be fully in the spirit for the entire month of December and starting a little bit early. So as opposed to one that is, I don't know, the nature of the one that we've discussed before, Feast of the Einherjar and Yule is very different. Feast of the Einherjar is a one-off. It's one that largely is I don't know, I guess for lack of a better term, a church celebration. I'm sure people do it with their families as well. But this one's a little bit different because it's a period of time and there's so much more involved in it. And it's also been so ingrained in Western civilization since, as far back as we can really go. So I'm trying to think of the best place to start tonight, Svan. I guess, could you give folks a little bit of historical detail on Yule, as close as we know that it was in the elder Asatru period?
Yes, Yule is a mysterious religious holiday that kind of spans clarity to like obfuscation. As far as certain time periods, we don't know anything about it. We have a lot of speculation, and then other time periods, it comes into its own fruition. It's very clear. There's clear, native indigenous faith of Europe versus a lot of, the Christianity that is also played in. And so it just kind of goes back and forth. But for the most part, the speculation about Yule is that it was, first off, it wasn't the new year. The new year was considered at winter nights, or at the time, at the sunset of the year. And Yule would be kind of seen as the midnight of the year, which I'll bring up in a second why that's relevant. But, generally if we're talking about lunar calendars and we're talking about the usage of like the Anglo-Saxon lunar calendar or the Germanic lunar calendar, generally what you will see is that the moon phases shift so greatly that Yule was most likely practiced around the full moon in what would be Yule Manadr. But Yule Manadr, if you're using a lunar calendar, would go differently than the Gregorian calendar. So you get a lot of people nowadays that are, reconstructionists or trying to reconstruct the calendars, and they're saying, that they're actually Yule is celebrated at this time. And last year, I think it was in January and well into the teens of January. However, a lot of modern Asatru practice the holiday towards the end of the year of the Gregorian calendar, or I use the Iron Mark, which is a solar lunar calendar. And so it ends up timing very well with the Gregorian. But it was generally thought of to be that it was celebrated around the full moon, and it was most likely celebrated for 3 days. Beyond that, a lot of the evidence is scant. There's different traditions depending on where you're at or what references. I mean, we know of the Yule log. The Yule log was utilized in Victorian age, but the usage of the Yule log in relation to the hearth, or some people have speculated that it was a log that was burned in the center of the village, involving ceremonies with mummers, or mummers dance, and wassailing, going from house to house. This survives a lot too in like comparative faiths with the Welsh, and so it's kind of a patchwork of where a lot of people go with Yule. It can be hugely varied. And then some people would argue that, how much of Christianity is overlaid on it, and so on and so forth. But that's what we have historically. We know that Yule is a significant holy tide, as from Nordic countries to Anglo-Saxon to Central European. The month itself is Yule month is in almost every indigenous calendar, and Yule as a meaning generally is speaking of a revolving of the wheel, or a turning time, kind of like what would be maybe a central axis or the hub of a wheel, or just the turning of the wheel itself. So it was understood as a turning time, that from that time forward it was going to get brighter. And so the general overall feeling of Yule is the maintenance of a fire or a light, and a coaxing of the turning of the year to keep the light abright through the darkest time in order to pave the way for new light. That was a general overview. And again, the evidence can be debated as to, if somebody comes in and says, well, no, it's absolutely this. It's like, you can't really say that because it's so piecemealed. But, the 3 days around Yule month in the moon. And I know that a lot of people nowadays are like, well, I want to do that because that's the way it was done. But it's worth noting now that, like, certain things that we do, especially in relation to timekeeping, and our understandings of the solstices, the understandings of the hours of the day, our ancestors, marked the turning of a day at sunset. We don't do that anymore. We do it at midnight. So, it's like some people that try to reconstruct are picking and choosing what they want to do. And so I've always kind of viewed it as winter nights was the new year for our ancestors. And now the middle of the winter is the new year for us, just as the time has changed. We don't count the day at sunset. We count it at midnight. And our understanding of things has changed, which makes it, infinitely easier. And then there's some other things too. We've picked up some traditions and inclinations that have Christian overtones to them, because our folk have picked up traditions after Christianity and they've grown into them. And I don't necessarily think they're terrible, especially when they're not just, in reality, Christianity, if it was orthodoxly practiced, would not even be celebrating Yule. But there are some unique things that also came about from that, including the 12 days of Yule. A lot of people don't realize that that's actually a Christian overlay that we've kind of adopted over time. And so I like to think of Yule as it's a very, very old and sacred and ancient holiday, but it's been tweaked and evolved because it is one of those holidays that is absolutely still a living and organic holiday, and holidays are very rarely ever static. They have a tendency to grow with the people, as opposed to it says here in this book on this piece of paper that this is what they did once, this one time in this one place in Europe. and that gets pretty static. So, yeah, I mean, that's the overall, but we get into like a lot of things. Yule Elf, gift giving, the Yule.
There's so and to just say, hey, talk about how we celebrate Yule, I think is a little bit overbroad. So I think maybe something we'll do after the initial preamble there is kind of go to some of our questions, clear up those things, and then kind of piece by piece take some of the things that are important and relevant to how we practice Yule in the Asatru Folk Assembly.
Yeah, and my broadness is for just an overview. I've got a very detailed Yule celebration, but
yes, you do.
Trying to keep it open for everyone.
So I think this flows well into the first questions that I'm seeing here. First question: can you talk about the origins of Yule and what we know about how it was celebrated by Germanic peoples in the early medieval era before it was Christianized, and how does that contrast with how Yule is celebrated today? So Svan broke down a lot of the first part of that question. To add to it a little bit, it's obviously relevant to the winter solstice. I think some of the most ancient celebrations of our folk and most indigenous folk revolve around turning of seasons, revolve around solstices, and revolve around equinoxes. They're observable events that mark changes in the year. I also, I'm aware that we have no reason to believe that the 12 days of Yule was a thing to our most ancient Asatru ancestors, but I think the Christian overlay is a little bit forced as well. The fact that celebrating it from the eve of the solstice to New Year's Eve being 12 days is a little bit too convenient to just be a matter of coincidence. And none of those have any relevance to Jesus other than, I guess, he has 12 apostles, but 12 is a solar number that many forms of Aryan religiosity celebrated and recognized long before any Middle Eastern undead folks were worshipped. So I think that's relevant and important to realize. It was obviously relevant to the solstice, to I suppose the height of the difficult season for our ancestors. The further you go back with technology, and especially in northern climates, the harder it is to make it through the winter. And this is kind of that halfway point where if you've made it this far, then it's all downhill from here. Every day is a little bit longer, a little bit more warmth, a little bit more sunlight, bringing you back towards the height of activity at midsummer. Something I think that's really important all right, this is a concept that we've talked about on this program many times. We're not reconstructing anything. And I get into a little bit of word games here. But in this typical sense, when people talk about reconstruction, what they're talking about is trying to do stuff like our ancestors did stuff. I don't try to do that in any other aspect of my life. I wouldn't try to do that now as more than, a hobby or an interesting, fun historical exercise. We're not trying to be our ancestors. We're trying to be us. And so it's not so much about reconstructing, it's about constructing. What should we do now to celebrate Yule? we will drive ourselves crazy if our goal is to try to do it exactly as our ancestors did. We simply don't have the information. We also don't have the social context to do those things in a relevant way. Non-Asatru in 980 in Iceland is going to celebrate Yule very, very different than a Cimbri from 40 BC, in continental Germany, as is, a Danish Neolithic man in, 4000 BC. All of those people celebrated Yule in one form or another, just as we celebrate it today. But the ways that they celebrated it look real different depending on where you're at. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with those local customs. So Yule is one of the easiest things and most accessible things for us to access. Most all of us, it is the one of our holidays that has caught on the most. Everybody celebrates it in one form or another. It seems like the religious and the secular alike, because it's become so ingrained in society. It's everywhere you go. There's Christmas carols in any store you go into for the next month. There's Christmas music on the radio for the next month. Half your neighbors are going to have lights up on their house to celebrate. Take a note of that this year if this is a new concept or something you haven't considered before, or you're new to Asatru. How much of those things are manger sequences or anything having to do with Jesus or biblical stories or biblical teachings? And I think you'd find relatively few. I mean, you do see people with the manger scene. That's a common motif this time of year in Christian households. Outside of that, all of those elements are ours or ours adjacent. And when I say ours adjacent, are overtly Asatru, or if not, are broadly European pagan. And that makes it easily accessible, and it makes it something that doesn't cause you to burn all the ships to go and embrace Asatru this time of year. You don't have to forego most all of those traditions. You should probably forego midnight mass. You should forego those kind of traditions. But, anything that involves pine trees and fir trees has nothing to do with the desert or with Christianity. It has everything to do with our folk and celebrating the undying nature of evergreens and bringing some of that into our home. There's argument over the Yule tree itself, over whether the whole concept in and of itself, because it was such a, as Christians would call it, a pagan custom, that they were forced to bring the trees inside to decorate, because to celebrate them outside at a time of conversion was, that's pagan stuff, and bad stuff would happen to you by the Christian authorities. That's the story I've heard, and I think that, again, when we go back in time, I think some of those things might be apocryphal and might not be. But the Bible does talk about, the pagan idolatry of decorating trees. Now, I don't think that those trees are the same, because, again, you're dealing with not our folk in a different part of the world. But the concept itself is antithetical to Christianity. Almost all of the traditions around quote unquote Christmas are fairly anti-Christianity. We talk about this again too. Practices of medieval Christianity in Europe, especially in the early period, are much more holdovers from practice of our faith than they are imported Christian elements. But yeah, so part of the question asks, how was it celebrated way back when? So something that is just true this time of year, especially once the snow's fully set in the northern part of Europe, is a time to be in with your family. It's a time to spend time indoors. A lot of your work out in the fields, out in whatever your other profession might be, is brought indoors because of the nature of the climate. It's a time of celebration. It's a time of literally being warm by the fire, telling stories, and spending time with your family. And I think that's at the root of so much of our own memories, as far as fond memories go, about the holiday season. Second part of the question is, how does it contrast with today's Yule celebration? Well, we're not Vikings, so it contrasts quite a bit. They didn't have, colored lights that you could press different buttons and make them flash and do different stuff. The tree we got this year, and we went pretty cheap because we're planning on moving to Sigerheim relatively soon, and we didn't want to, invest in a bunch of stuff. It's got one button that can turn the lights white, or it can be multicolored, or they can flash. I'm sure we celebrate it in a lot of different ways. Many of us have all kinds of traditions in mind that are ways we celebrate Yule that involve driving around and looking at lights, going and doing stuff at the store, in completely modern ways. There's nothing wrong with that. We're modern people. There's no reason to believe our ancestors wouldn't be fully modern in how they participate and how they celebrate Yule. We know that it was from a period. We know that it was a period of time. We also know, as Svan mentioned, at one point that was a 3-day period. Well, at this point, it's a 12-day period. 12-day fits real good. It gives us stuff to do from the period between, as I mentioned, the evening of the winter solstice all the way through until New Year's Eve. It gives us that time of celebration and to kick off the new year. There's nothing served by the small minority of us trying to resurrect a year reckoning that begins, in the fall. That's LARPy, and it's it doesn't serve the purpose that it might have served before. The year begins January 1st. Why? Because it does. Because that's Western civilization. That's what we've decided upon. That's how all of the world around us works. We're not served by, acting odd and insisting on our arcane things. That the only relevance that we see is, no, that's just how one group of our ancestors decided to mark time. That's one of the things I think that we're very tempted, if we find something our ancestors do, to try to ape the practice without understanding the purpose of the practice. And as I've said a lot of the time, the specifics are going to change in location over time and based on what your intent is. But intent, if we can discover intents of our ancestors, that matters. That's timeless. And we can find ways to express those in the context that are relevant to us. So it contrasted in, undoubtedly many different ways based on the context. But the idea of celebrating, making it through and over the hump in the wintertime by enjoying your preserved foodstuffs in your house in your abode or in your community dwelling with your friends and your family, and giving offerings and celebrations to our gods, that's remained the same. I say remain the same. That is once again the same. Hey, Aubrey. So the sorry, my daughter is excited about my Yule sweater. She just discovered I was wearing it, so she's pointing stuff out on it and getting all excited about it. Our next question is, does the AFA celebrate the feast of Ullr and Skadi? Svan, are you familiar with the feast of Ullr and Skadi?
Well, I'm familiar with the joining of those two. Lord Ullr is oftentimes kind of bunched in with Lady Skadi, and I think that might be misappropriate in its or not misappropriate, inappropriate would be the better word, I guess, inappropriate in its usage. I think that the intent of worship towards those two holy beings have a very different place than they both have skis, they both have bows, they're in the mountains. That is kind of a bunching together, first and foremost. However, the Feast of Ullr, in my Yule tradition, or I would say in the Yule tradition that has been practiced in my house for many years, there is an Ullr's night, which ends the hunting season, which started back at winter finding. And winter finding, first and foremost, most of the celebrations we have for our holy tides in the Asatru Folk Assembly do not focus strictly on one divine being. And in that case, you'll find a lot of celebration towards Ullr because it's the beginning of the hunting season. And you'll also find a lot of, dedication or gifting to Iduna or Idun in relation to the fact that the apple harvest is going on at that time. So to say that everything kind of cookie cutters into stuff doesn't quite work because, again, it's organic. In relation to Ullr and Skadi during a feast, no. But the winter finding, a lot of times Ullr is honored, and then at Ullr's night at Yule, that is the end of the hunting season, and it's specifically one of the devotional acts is giving a bloat to Ullr and putting away your hunting gear and cleaning it, and so we'll go into more of that. But no, as far as those two together, and I could go on too about the I guess just misinformation in which people kind of lined those two, the Aus and the Austvanir, together, and I think incorrectly so. If you, I would say if you're a hunter or a frontiersman or a woodsman, giving homage to Ullr is no brainer. Skadi, on the other hand, is a little like most of the Austvanir, a little bit more of a gray zone, and I think it's more along the lines of, kind of assuaging from forces that you might face out in the frontier or out in the mountains. Outside of that, they kind of got lumped together. I think it was almost like an internal Asatru community kind of move towards what I would even consider kind of like a Marvel. Like, it's like it's bad enough we did it to ourselves in the sense of like, they both are kind of similar, so we're going to put them together. And that's not really the case. But I would go into the differences between worship of an Aus or an Ausenjur or an Austvanir and how those two or those three would be different. So I don't usually link them together.
Yeah, so short answer is no, the AFA doesn't have any prioritized feast for Ullr and Skadi this time of year. It's just not part of our calendar and what we do in an official context. And as Svan said, and just as a matter of principle, we typically celebrate Ullr quite a bit at winter finding. As a principle, it's really important to us to treat the gods individually as opposed to lump them together around common themes, if that makes sense. And I think that's a fundamental to relationships generally. Anytime you're trying to build a relationship, which is in a way certainly what we're trying to do with our gods, obviously on a very different scale, but on the most fundamental level, appreciating the other party for who they are and not for shared hobbies. Like the idea that, oh, well, they both like to ski, so cool. They're both wintry and they like to ski, so they must be the same. I don't think that's a fair or accurate assessment. And I think that the character of the two is, in the nature of the two is certainly very different. Whereas Ullr's one of our 12 high Aesir that we worship. Skadi's not. She's a giantess that was, welcomed in amongst the Aesir, but she's from a very different nature. And I think that goes to some of the meat of what Svan was talking about. And Svan, you got another point?
Yeah, what you brought up about intent. A lot of the things that we do as Gothar is looking at the intent. What do the skis mean? Do we actually believe that the holy gods are, slaloming with sweet set of skis? The intent is what did skiing mean, especially to our Nordic ancestors at that very specific time, and that was traversing the wilds. It wasn't about slaloming down hills. It was about crossing vast amounts of wintry expanse at a very dangerous time of the year, and it was a sign. It was a symbol of frontier's spirit. It would be the same as us thinking of like a snowshoe or a raccoon hat or something of that nature, or a Bowie knife. These things kind of symbolize those imagery. It would make perfect sense in the idea that you would want those holy divines to perhaps bless your skis or trekking over wildlands equipment. It would make sense, but we don't literally believe or literally think that the Austvanir Skadi is she's going to like ski in and she's some sort of like mean snow bunny or something. I mean, I joke, and I mean no disrespect to her either, but it's about intent and what it means. What things mean deeply is something that we have to consider. I think that there's two camps during this time of year. You've got the reconstruction idea, which is like, we're going to reconstruct this holiday because of the way our ancestors did it on very little scant things. So they kind of end up kind of mimicking or creating or hollowing out a trough of what they're going to do this time of year. And then there's another group that basically they realize the opportunity, the beautiful time of the year, and they're desperate to know of an organized way of expressing the celebration of Yule. They're desperate to know how they could teach their families, perhaps the Christian side of their family, how they could, especially when it comes to children, because this is such a powerful, this and Ostra are the two times of the year where we really focus on the kids. And so I'm hoping that with explaining some of the Yule traditions that my family's been doing for years, it will help people, or at least leave here with at least a 3-day celebration, or you can do the whole 12-day, but that you have a full understanding of incorporating not ancient, but older AFA tradition mixed with home traditions and acts of devotion. And I think that us being honest in the upfront, that these are kind of traditions that have melded together over time since the 70s, is a far more, I think, intellectually honest route for us to go, instead of, well, it's going to be, on this moon in January this month, and then it'll be in the beginning of December next year, but it doesn't really matter because that's the Gregorian calendar. We're only doing 3 days, and we're going to drag a tree and burn it for 3 days. That doesn't help a lot of people, and it doesn't let them really sink into the intent of the holy tide. And so I think that by tonight, for those watching, we're going to get all of that hashed out into understanding of stuff that you can do, because this has been practiced solidly, like orthopraxy, by both me and Alsarier Godi over the years. Our Yules have been practiced and evolving and growing and getting, substantial. So I just wanted people to get that at least, moving on from here.
All right. So Nick reminds me to let you guys know that we're being broadcast live on Twitter, on Entropy, on VK, on Twitch, Odyssey, and Rumble, as well as here on YouTube. Please like and share these and subscribe, and do all you can to promote this if it's something that you like, so that this gets in front of the eyes and the ears of more of our folk. Also on Fridays, these are uploaded on Spotify as podcasts, as like standalone podcasts. So feel free to engage us in any of those. We're happy to take your questions on whatever of those platforms you might be using. As always, the content of our show flows along with the questions that you guys ask. So we appreciate your good questions. That said, our next question is, do we know the history of the modern practice of ornaments on a tree? I've heard ideas about hanging sacrifices, but not as far as baubles. Svan, what is your awareness of those origins?
The sacrifice from the tree part, immediately a lot of people will gravitate towards like Uppsala and the accounts of Adam of Bremen and his accounts that they hung sacrifices from trees. And we have a lot of like references to gifting above the ground and gifting in a tree, gifting from a pole. Obviously, sacrificing from an axis mundi is a very big, important part of our faith, especially in relation to Lord Woden. But I think that that would be a time in which it was already established. And so the origin of it is really not known. And we see it in our traditions, and we see it also in other European traditions, namely, again, ribbons is a big one that I can definitely think of in relation to like the Scottish Gael traditions of hanging ribbons in trees. A lot of the ideas that go back into it is that it may have been breaded goods or oat goods, and this may have had some interplay between the Roman Empire and the Germanic people and their land. There might have been some crossover there in relation to them trading, because you got to remember the Baltic amber trading into Rome was pretty strong, and there was a lot of overlay there. And so it's kind of hard to tell. Some people say that it may come from Saturnalia and the idea of hanging ornaments from nails on houses and on doors and in doorways and on walls or in trees and bushes. And some people would say that the oat cakes or the gifting and decorating of a tree with ribbons and food may have come from the Germanic or even the Gaulish people. But we don't know. We have no idea. And that kind of goes into that argument of, did we bring the tree in as a way to kind of go away from pagan practices to Christianity, or was it done as like the Yule log was being brought in, so the idea of bringing a tree in to decorate and hold it throughout the time period or throughout the holiday might have just been a natural evolution. We don't quite know. As far as like spheres and like traditional Christmas ornaments or Yule ornaments for the Yule tree, which is always kind of an uphill battle with my kids, because they're like, "Oh, Dad, are we going to go out and get a Christmas tree?" Because they're watching YouTube or they're talking to their friends, and their friends might be they celebrate Christmas. So I try to tell them, like, no, remember, we celebrate Yule, and it's a Yule tree in our house, and these are Yule decorations. And my older son, he gets it. My littlest one still doesn't, but I don't terribly chastise it. But it's like a constant reiteration because of their surroundings. I think that the spherical and the catching of lights and things comes from hanging candles, and that was an evolution that started where candles would be hung or placed within. Lanterns would be hung from trees, or candles would be placed in a living tree. And then the idea of things glinting and catching light may have been a natural evolution from there, whether it was tin or other kind of highly polished, non super expensive metals, because again, like gold and silver might not be something that was available to most folks. It was highly polished metals, and twisted and turned and hung from strings so that they would catch the light, and that just kind of evolved over time. Most likely it was a Victorian edition that was added later, but to pinpoint is, I think right now we don't have enough evidence to exactly pinpoint a date or a time or a region where that became prevalent.
So this is going to be a recurring theme with all of our holidays and with Yule. And I want to be real honest. None of this is an attempt to recreate ancient Germanic people's Yule practice, because the information that we have that's solid on that is the month of December through to early January somewhere. There was feasting, there was sacrifice. We have an account that people would travel a distance, bring with them ale and grain and whatever sacrifices, and communally celebrate for a period of time that varied. It was a celebration in the sense there was feasting and heavy drinking, as were all celebrations amongst our folk. We have accounts of, as far as specifics go, we have an account of a 3-round toasting process. First round to Odin for the success and for victory for the king.
The Yule father.
Yulnir. And we have round 2 for Njordur or Freyr for peace and prosperity, and the 3rd round towards the king himself to celebrate their monarch. And again, that's a glimpse at one period of time in one Scandinavian country, right in the midst of the Christianization process. So I think to claim that we have specifics beyond that we have source material for, is reaching quite a bit. And I don't think we need to reach that hard. I think what's really interesting when we look at the celebrations around Yule is to look at the things. Sometimes the length of something being a practice is evident by the fact that nobody knows when it started, because it's just always been. I think a lot of the overtly Christian practices, we know very specifically when they happened, because there's church records that indicate when church fathers or a pontiff officiated that, this is how things were going to happen. There's things that clearly predate that. And one of the things that is, Europe was not the melting pot that it is now at the time. So those traditions were our traditions, either ours directly or our cousins, which is still ours, but they were Aryan customs that were done in Europe. Because if you look, especially in that early period of Christianity, the celebrations of European Yule are very different than the Middle Eastern church or the African church or anything that way. Those things that separate the character of early medieval period Catholicism in Europe from that same period in a unified church in the Middle East and in Africa really shine a light on what things are holdovers of pagan European practice. And you're right, much of it comes from, depending on where you're at, from Eastern Europe and old school Rodnovery. Most often, some of it comes, I've seen in the comments, from Saturnalia and, midwinter celebrations in Greece and Rome. All of those things are true. And I don't pretend to hide or to gloss over any of those things. As far as the trees, there's all kind of speculation. But most of it is just that speculation. What we do know is that trees received decoration and veneration by our ancestors. Certainly the Celts did that with a lot of their sacred groves. We know that our people did that at one point. We don't know exactly how. We know there were, sacred trees. We see that in our lore. We hear about that with the Irminsul itself, and we hear about that with Thor's oak. We're aware that that occurred, and we are also aware that when that occurs, we often would celebrate by one of the things that we do know. We would color things with blood of sacrifice as part of our veneration. So idols, the Hoff itself, and sacred trees, and anything that was sacred, as well as the participants, would be sprinkled with the blood of the sacrifice. Sure, that took many different forms, but that was a basic component to all our blotar, and we hear about that at the Yule feast. I assume some of that is the trees were decorated with the sacrifice. And we also hear at various different periods, though not associated with Yule, the idea of hanging sacrifice in trees specifically for sacrifices to the Allfather. We see this after the Battle of Toterbergerwald. We see this, numerous different times, as well as at the celebration at Uppsala. That's the closest I've got. The specific details of celebrating, the Yule tree in the quote unquote Christmas tree tradition of today, the most solid we can get is, Reformation period, starting to take those inside and celebrate them and adorn them with candles, like Svan mentioned. I think that's the closest we can get. Go ahead.
I find a lot of people too, when they go into like kind of an attempt to reconstruct, what they'll do is they'll focus on a Yule log and then perhaps decorating outside, a tree or some sort of hedgerow or something. And that is in my Yule tradition. I have a Yule tree inside. I think the correlation of for my children to understand, I think it's, you go to any local farmer's market and you see the Yule trees coming out. Some people do fake Yule trees, and I get that too, especially now with how much they cost and inflation and such. But that reconstruction attempt of like, okay, we're just going to do the Yule log, and then we're going to decorate outside, misses a lot of the point. I think it's, again, forcing to attempt to reconstruct as opposed to capturing the intent of the holy tide. And then on top of that, your children might miss the mark on that as well. And so there's deep important things as far as like our holy tide and the 12 days and what they each represent. And then there's also, again, of course, the Yule figure. Many Asatru today focus on Yulnir, or of being Odin, or of Thor. I've seen some of that as well. And having the Yule spirit, or the Yule Elf, which is what I celebrate. And I even see my son, he's sneaking around here because I think he wants to listen and find out like the machinations of the Yule Elf. he's working his magic. But yes, there's things that you can do religiously as an adult in dedication and piety throughout the year, in it converting from the darkest time to the lightest time. But there's also things for your children to do, and I think that if you can, using a Christmas tree or a Yule tree is completely viable. And it has, I know people that, and including myself, like placing a large, like stitched serpent around the bottom of the tree, and placing an eagle at the top, has connotations, of course, to Yggdrasil. So that's not written anywhere. That's not mentioned in some ancient lore text. It's just something that we started doing because it naturally lends that way, especially with lore and things like that. So, don't be afraid to understand the tiding of the year has old and new, and it's all mixed together. It's always been here, but some things are new, and they might be new for you this year if you want to try to do some of these things. It might be new for your kids. And sometimes I understand if you've already got Yule traditions, your children are older now, that might be already set in stone. But if you're a new parent or a new, you don't have kids yet, but you're thinking about this on the horizon, picking up these traditions and incorporating them into make an organic holy tide that is memorable for your family, for even your non-Asatru family, and for your children, is important. Don't lose that intent.
The why is everything. I would encourage, and I've talked about this in the program as well. There was a period in modern Asatru where people needed to take this hard rejection of Christianity stance, and they needed such a firm break between that and this forming that they hit it really hard. It oftentimes threw the baby out with the bathwater, but they wanted to start fresh and be so clearly defined to recapture this. And I see the point of that at that time. I really do. That time's come and gone. That at that point in the very birth of modern Asatru, a lot of it was a definition of Asatru as how not Christian we are. Today, it's not that at all. It's how Asatru we are. Christianity, or any other faith for that matter, isn't relevant to that. Asatru is defined on its own terms and its own merits, not in its contrast to anything else, other than abject chaos, I suppose, or literally disloyalty to the Aesir. So I just advise everybody, why are you doing what you're doing? And if the reason that you're doing it is to be off-putting to normal people, or to virtue signal, or to whatever, this is one of those times that we can celebrate in many ways, fully participate in the community around us in a positive, festive, fun way for ourselves and for our children. And I would encourage you to, unless it's specifically of a religious nature, and this is going to bring us to our next question here, but if it's specifically like, I'll get into this in the next question because I think it's a better time to go into this, but just keep in mind, why are you doing what you're doing? If you're doing it to recreate something very ancient, you don't have the material to do that. And why would you want to? You're not an ancient person, you're a modern person. So if we started today, what can you do to celebrate Yule and to honor our gods? And do that with your traditions. Svan mentioned, the idea of setting up your Yule tree in such a way to incorporate parts from Yggdrasil. And I think a lot of our people do that. That's a very common thing that I know a number of people just organically do because, again, that tree is so prevalent in our myth cycle. Our next question, how does the AFA feel about people who celebrate Yule at the Hoff and Christmas with their extended family? I personally love both. At the risk of sounding too Christian, the devil's in the details. What does that mean? If celebrating Christmas when you're not at the Hoff means going to midnight mass or going to, a manger play at your local Baptist church, then the AFA is absolutely opposed to that. That's literally disloyalty to the ICER. If celebrating Christmas means going over to your non-Asatru family's house on the 25th and opening presents and celebrating and, spending time with your family, absolutely, we'd encourage you to do that. If the idea is that you're going and celebrating Yule in secret and then pretending to your family that you're still a Christian and celebrating it in a Christian context, then no, that's disloyalty to the ICR too, and it's wrong. But because of the way that it is celebrated, I don't know many families that have a whole lot of overt Christian celebration to Christmas Day. They have feasting with family and giving each other's gifts and drinking hot chocolate and listening to Bing Crosby and, having a nice time. And I think we're all for that. And that's a wonderful thing to do. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Yeah, I draw the line in veneration towards obviously any god outside of our faith. And again, we go into, I'm not a Roman historian, but the idea that the tax audit that was done in Bethlehem by the Roman Empire was generally seen as being done around August, September timeframe. And that might have been the reason why they were going to Bethlehem. And so that places it entirely out. Some people say it's earlier in the year or what have you, but Christianity has melded itself over a very important time in the year, most likely to do the very same thing. They wanted to, during that conversion time, they wanted to not jar people so hard away from their core traditions. And in doing so, they helped kind of encapsulate some of it. And that is worth noting, or just societally wise, they can't get rid of it. And I'm glad they didn't. And, but incorporating both, hanging holly and wreaths and bells, like reindeer bells, which that's a fairly newer addition to things, on doors, all that stuff that just, it opens up, if it's not in direct veneration to, Christianity or Judaism, meld it in, incorporate it in. It's completely and totally viable. It's, being an American or being a European or being a Western cultural thing is all open there. I think that, when you get away from a lot of that, a lot of those things do naturally meld, even though maybe historically or origin wise, they're not fully known, or they may have been a newer, addition during Victorian Yule or during the Renaissance, in which a lot of old traditions were really coming about as a kind of stylized way of celebrating Christmas, was to bring in a lot of the old folk ways. Those tides have happened in Europe numerous times. Again, the faith of our blood and of our souls never goes away, no matter how much you try to overlay foreign religion on it. So yeah, I enjoy both. I celebrate Yule for 12 days, but I do, at one point during our Yule celebration, we go over to Grandma's house and we, she gives out Christmas presents and to her grandchildren, and we involve ourselves in that as well, because so my kids love it because they kind of get 2 days of gift giving, but again, it's about spending that time with your family and not being, again, kind of like what you said. I think edgelording is the equivalent of virtue signaling in a lot of ways. And we got to get away from that. People are not going to understand that our faith is a serious faith if we continue to build on those precepts.
Up next, Actually, pause for a sec. 7 o'clock, and I think we should, just to make sure we get to it. We'll get to everybody's questions. I promise that. If you guys want to donate, again, we got a couple of places. Hopefully, we'll be back next week with the bells and the whistles and the stuff that broke Nick's computer. After we've done we've taken some time off to try to perfect that process so it is smooth when we do it again. But I know that's the way we often take donations on here. I was just going to say, if you guys donate or do the monetized like super chat where you throw your questions up first, we'll definitely make time to get to those. And there's ways to do that maybe Nick will share in the chat room. I know you can, throw that into Entropy or some of the other services we have, or they have the buy you a coffee thing. I don't really speak that, but you guys that do can figure that out if you want to get them up there quick. If not, we will get to them. But I want to make sure we talk about the different Yule celebrations. So first up, Svan, could you walk us through Svan's 12 Days of Yule?
Well, and yes, I think the first thing that anybody that's been an Asatru for a while understands, the first night is kind of hearkened by Mother's Night or Modernacht. Or Mother's Night has origins really in Anglo-Saxon tradition. It's not really mentioned in any sources for the Nordic folk. So Mother's Night is mentioned, but again, the details of what exactly goes on during the ancient Mother's Night is not fully explained in any way, shape, or form. What it has become is that there is a correlation to the dying light of Lord Balder and his return from the darkness after Ragnarok that clearly has correlations here, as well as Sunna and the tiding of the darkest night of the year, which is, of course, the winter solstice or midwinter for us. If you're looking at a bipolar calendar system, we have midsummer and midwinter. And these are very, very important. And now that we have a better understanding of a lot of the astrological the machinations of the timings of the year, and our timekeeping has gotten a lot better, we understand these important time frames. So in my iron mark or in the Gregorian calendar, this time is significant. So Mother's Night is always seen as the eve of the winter solstice. So for sake of, to get away from confusion, in the Gregorian calendar, that's December 20th. And so if you were looking at Yule as just say a 3-day or 4-day celebration, the first thing that I would state is that Mother's Night is the 20th. And it has become the night in which we honor Lady Frigga and we honor Balder and the loss that the gods felt in the darkest time of their year, if you will, or of the cycle. And so we correlate those two because it is the darkest time of our year. And so Mother's Night is generally the night in which you'll find a vast majority of the celebration going on during Yule. And this is the time in which the Yule log is decorated and incorporated into bloat, and then it is burned. And then from that light, there's a lot of different traditions in the way that actually plays out. But the Yule log is burned, the mistletoe is hung under the door, and usually of the threshold of the house. Wreaths might be hung at the front door, or boughs of holly may be hung throughout the house or hallways or archways or doors, and mistletoe might be, placed somewhere depending on, different households. And a bloat is held to Lady Frigga and to the gods and to Balder, and a dedication, a giving of faith and piety to Balder in strengthening him for after Ragnarok. His return will be the faith of our troth to the gods. So a lot of Mother's Night is conducted there. In the Iron Mark here, the Iron Mark is now we're moving our way down. The last day is the 19th of December, and then we shift into Mother's Night. But you don't need to have the Iron Mark to do this. It's the 20th at sundown. Everything begins, and generally that might show up as a something as simple as a bloat, and the bloat is about blessing the Yule log. For us, we drill little holes in the Yule log that's decorated with holly and pine and other festive greenery that's alive at this time. And what we do is we place candles in for remembrance of those who are no longer with us or who are alive but are physically separated from us, perhaps overseas or out in doing things in their lives, and they can't be with us. So a lot of times we will place candles in those holes in celebration of them. So you end up seeing this Yule log with a varying amount of lights. And what we also do is we light the Yule log from the need fire. So the way you do the need fire is really dependent on you. You could do them in just starting a fire outside and bringing the flame from outside to inside to burning the Yule log. Perhaps you don't have a fireplace though, and you want to burn the Yule log outside. You can do that as well. But the idea of starting a fire by friction, again, for real, I guess going into attempting to reconstruct a lot, and I use that in a lighter sense, of starting a fire with a bow drill. Again, this comes from the Anglo-Saxon annals, which they were saying that that heathens started fires by friction, and that they should only do it by flint and steel. And some people do that. Some people just start a light outside, carry it inside. I have found a good way of starting a fire through cotton ball and using ash from the Yule log from the year before. So taking that ash and putting it in between two panels of wood with a rolled piece of cotton gets it going, and you spark a fire from the ash of the Yule log from the year before, and then you bring that inside, start a fire in your fireplace, hold bloat around the Yule log, and give honor to Lady Frigga and to Baldur and to all the gods and to Yolnir, Lord Odin, and then we place the Yule log in the fire, and that's kind of what begins Yule. And when we get into the Yule figure, and what I mean by that is what most people would call Santa Claus or Father Christmas or the Yule Elf, as I have taught my children, the Yule Elf. And the traditions of that figure vary throughout Europe as well. We tell the children that the lighting of the Yule log is a hearkening of the Yule Elf, that every family has a Yule Elf. There isn't just one that goes all over the world, but that each individual family has a spirit of the fireplace, since we have a fireplace, and he lives in the Inglenook, and that the Yule log is a hearkening of him. And we burn a Yule Bok, and that Yule Bok becomes his Yule Bok that he will use to travel and carry the gifts that will come later on in the Yule days to follow. So Mother's Night is the big one. People come over, lots of guests, eating, feasting after the Yule log is lit. Traditional foods from lamb and ham to fish. Lots of beef. I know some people have German recipes and English recipes that they really like, or Southern recipes based on kind of the family traditions that have passed down to them. And it's really just a time to sit around the table and eat and drink and be merry with your kinfolk after bloat while the Yule log is burning in the fireplace. And
so, I mean, looking at it, I'm sorry, I thought you were at pause, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to say, let's go through this each day at a time. And I think that's a way for us to get some questions in, and also to kind of back and forth, because there's a couple parallel tracks here of traditions for us to incorporate. Go ahead. I really didn't mean to cut you off.
No. Yeah. And this being that first night, the night of the 20th, if you were doing the 12-night celebration, it would go from the 20th to New Year's on the Gregorian calendar, which would be the December, the end of December and the beginning of January. And January 1st is kind of, more of the Gregorian turning of the year, but it kind of coincides together. For the Iron Mark, that is the end of the year and the beginning of the new year. So it all coalesces around Mother's Night. And again, Yule in its construction has always been kind of a replication of the year past. So a general sense is that throughout Yule, celebrating these days has a kind of a micro scale versus the macro scale of the year itself. So it's kind of like a rehash or a replay of the year. So Yule on Mother's Night is kind of replicating Yule from last year. Again, that's the reason why bringing the ash from the Yule tree from the year before. A lot of people, including myself, I take the end piece of the Yule tree from last year, cut it off, and use that as the Yule log. Again, transferring that cyclic nature to it. Not everybody can do that. Some people might not be able to burn something in their house in a fireplace. Some people might not have a Yule log that first time from the Yule tree from the year before. Again, too, I don't recommend burning a huge amount, especially if because Yule trees are pine trees and they get sappy, and burning too much sapped wood in your fireplace can be dangerous. So, starting a fire with dry wood and then placing a small Yule log from the Yule tree in there on Mother's Night is a way to go, I think, without, causing any kind of alarm for fire hazards. And there's more about fire hazards. What we do on that night outside after bloat or outside of bloat is during the feast. A lot of folks will grab, we call them 7-day candles. Sometimes you might see them with like Catholic imagery at certain stores. Sometimes you can find them in plain white, plain red, plain green. Some people make them. I've had tallow candles that we made one year and used them. But we take a light from the Yule log and we keep it over the 12 nights. We never let it go out. So after feast and we're done eating and we say goodbye to everyone under the mistletoe, we give, proper handshakes for men to men, and, we embrace our brothers and embrace the children, or, and we kiss our loved ones within the acceptable point of tradition. Because I think some people, sometimes they go into these, like, what am I going to kiss my friend's wife or something? No, you can embrace her, and it's like a gesture of love and kindness under the mistletoe. Again, reminding the mistletoe that it wasn't its fault for the death of Balder. As they leave, that candle is taken and I place it in a pot of water and place it in front of the fireplace until the fire is completely done. And then I'll clean the fireplace out and place that light into the fireplace. And we have a mesh grid, and the children know now, like, don't touch the flame. The flame's got to keep going. And we monitor it throughout the 12 nights, and we transfer that light from the Yule log to a new candle when it gets too low. And then we blow the old one out when it's near its lowering stage. Some people leave it lit because they want to keep the light going. There's a kind of a tradition that's grown about that with the light going out. And that's a beautiful thing. But they try to keep it lit for the duration, whether it's, Mother's Night and then the winter solstice the next day, or perhaps they try to keep it going into Ancestors Night or throughout the entire 12 nights. And if your light goes out, the idea is that when folks take their light home, which again, those candles can be held inside a a vehicle's drink caddy. And it's very funny driving home from Yule celebrations and people have like these candle under lights. They're driving home trying to make sure it doesn't go out. The idea is that if your light goes out, your folk will bring a light from their Yule light and go to your house and relight your light, because in the darkest time of the year, you can always rely on your kinfolk to reignite your light, to keep it going. So that's because that was totally organically kind of come about when somebody's light went out. And then it was like, what do I do? And it's like, I'll be there. And then they show up with a light from their Yule light and they light yours again. And it's a great reminder of the fact that during the darkest times, you can't exclude yourself from community. You should include yourself and not be afraid to accept the help from your fellow kinfolk. So that's kind of a beautiful point. And ultimately the light is kept for however long during the duration of Yule. And then the last boon fire, or fire of rejoicing at the end of Yule, is lit from that flame, from the Yule log. And that's a semblance or a symbolic meaning of keeping the flame alight through the darkest time of the year. So I find that beautiful and poetic.
So a couple other things, and one of the great things about having Svan on for this episode is he's got a very elaborate, awesome way that he and his family celebrate Yule, and I think it's a lot of good ideas for the rest of us to incorporate. I think we need to be honest with ourselves about ways people celebrate, and there's no reason to believe that at some point in our ancient past, Odin rode down on Sleipnir and told Viking guy X, this is how I want you to celebrate Yule. Much more likely, all of these traditions happened much like the traditions we're talking to you about tonight happened, to where you're doing stuff in the winter and you overlay themes from our beliefs into them, to internalize those beliefs, to acknowledge and celebrate those beliefs, and to honor our gods with our deeds and with being mindful. And you come up with ways to share that with your family and with your folk. There's no, and I know that this is hard, but I think that we look at stuff, and because an ancient Viking guy did it, somehow it's more holy than a modern Asatru doing it. And that's not the case. If they're done out of reverence and developed out of reverence, they're both just as holy. The key is whether it honors our gods or not. Does it honor our gods? And secondly, does it bring us closer to our folk and our family? Does it instill the traditions and values that we want in the next generation? But first and foremost, does it honor our gods? And is it something our gods would smile on, or something that would offend them? That said, one of the things kind of similar, the longest night is often the night of the 20th, but not always, especially depending on where you are. I think as a safe bet, that's one of the things that people do on that night, and that, you're close enough, you're within a day to it. But one of the things that we always used to do, and something else to keep in mind, on modern celebrations, often we have to adjust those to reasonable expectations of people. People have work, people have commitments, people have other things. We as a society are not wholly Asatru. If we were, in some day in the future, if we are living in an Asatru nation where everything's built around this, then we can do things very differently. But for the time being, we have to, temper some things with some practicality. But one of the things that I always very much used to do, I haven't done as much lately just due to some other circumstance, but I still try to find a way to do it a little bit. But one of the things that we used to do up in Alaska, and it was especially meaningful up in Alaska because the longest night of the year is much longer where I come from than it is other places. Very often the sun, I was in Anchorage area, very often the sun would go down want to say like a little bit after 4, probably come up the next morning, 11:30 or so. So it's a pretty long period of time. But what we like to do was I'd get together with the folk up there and we would light a candle, a fire. We would light something and create a flame right before sundown. And we would hold vigil over the flame, keeping watch over the light through the longest night. And so, like Svan mentioned, sometimes some of us weren't on site because of whatever and commitments at the time. Sometimes people had to go home early for various reasons. So everybody would light their candle off of this flame. And I remember numerous times being in my car and you want the defrost on because it's really cold, but you don't want the air to blow out the candle. So you're like trying to protect this candle while you're trying to drive and getting wax all over your console, and have a lot of memories about that. But we would do that. And so we'd try to stay up and play games and celebrate and spend time together all through the night for those of us that could. I worked nights at the time, so it was a little bit easier for me to do. But that was something we always did to celebrate on that longest night of the year. But the idea is the same, as to tend that flame through the darkest part of the year. That's symbolic, and you can make it symbolic in a million different ways. But it's beautiful and it's special, and it's a nice thing to do with your folk. I also want to mention that for each of the 12 days, Steve McNallen back, I don't know when he first started doing it, but he made a series of videos about it and a little book about it, about how the McNallen family would celebrate and observe the 12 days of Yule. And the AFA has taken that on as something that we look to for inspiration throughout those days. And they're kind of, he'd light a candle to each of these points of information, or points of, things to be reminded of and to be mindful of that day, to celebrate that day and to focus on. And the first day of Yuletide was for industriousness. So the virtue of industriousness is what he would have the focus be on that day, and finding ways to celebrate that, to be useful, to be aware of and mindful of people putting in hard work, and especially in that time of year, all of the hard work that's gone in so that we can last through the winter. Our employment in this day and age isn't as seasonal as that, but in our ancestors' time, you'd have to get a lot of work done during the summer to be able to sustain yourself through the winter. And if you didn't take that time and you weren't industriousness, you and your family would suffer quite a bit, and your community by extension, through that wintertime, trying to make it through those lean months. So paying heed to that on that first night was, is something that we give thought to on that first day of Yuletide.
Yeah, I completely incorporated in the candle lighting ceremonies that I failed to mention that one of the first, when we light that first candle, it's lit on the 20th in commemoration to Founder McNallen's candle lighting ceremony. So everyone takes a moment of silence to meditate or to just incorporate the virtue that is lit from the first candle from the Yule log, and it follows. But every morning I end up, I have a 12-day. It looks like a large wooden like candle holder. And each morning I'll take a light from the Yule light and light the next candle and have a moment. Usually the children are up with me, depending on work and things like that are going on. And that those candles are lit in commemoration of those virtues of the day. And then, sometimes you got to go to work, you got to go do things, you got to live your life. And so carrying that with you in mentality until you come home at night and get to celebrate the next bloat is very, very important.
So we'll ask a couple of questions here. This one's for you, being a son of Iceland.
Uh-oh.
Do the elves that work for Santa Claus in some way relate to the elves from Norse myths, or the kind of elves that a lot of people in Iceland still believe in?
I knew this was going towards the Yule lads at some point.
Are your Icelandic elves the same as Santa's helpers?
Well, I think that, I would say like Anglosphere, Santa Claus, elves, and that dynamic definitely come from heavily, I would say, in the Nordic region. I wouldn't necessarily say Iceland per se, because there's a lot of the Laplander kind of imagery, especially with the reindeer and the sleigh, and the idea of the residing of the jolly old elf Santa Claus, being up in the north. And then of course we have the origins of Saint Nicholas the Turk, and his giving of gifts during that time in Eastern, or in Greece. That kind of melds there, and it gets a little fuzzy. And I was definitely going to go into some of that, but the Yule lads in Iceland only recently, in the last 100 years, has kind of taken on like a sense of the beard and the hat, and perhaps some of the coloration and things like that. But in Iceland, they're seen as traveling, and the Yule Elf in my tradition does the same thing. But they see that they have 13 Yule lads, and they arrive early in December and continue up to Christmas Day. And there were, again, this the Yule Elf, or the elf, or the Alvar of this time frame now is surviving in Sweden and Norway as the Tomta and the Nisi, or the Nisa, the house spirit, if you will. And I think they have much more of a kinship to that, because Icelanders are ultimately from Norway. And in that, these Yule lads come down from the mountain. Again, a kind of hearkening to that this is not a Christian celebration, but from an older time, or from out in the edges. And I don't prescribe to this, but this is, I think, what they did. They kind of placed a lot of the figures of the elder faith into frameworks that were acceptable. The elves became jolly little figures that were not very powerful or prominent, or they physically changed the way they were perceived by the folk in order to lessen them. And out of that comes the elves being these tiny little figures that make toys, or they come down in Iceland, and every night each one of them does a funny little thing, and they're very, very timely based. There's one called the Meat Hooker, and what he does is it takes an iron hook, and he goes down the chimney, and he grabs all the smoked meat that was being smoked at the time in Iceland. That doesn't have a lot of relevance today here in America, or just even in a lot of ways in Iceland. There's, door slammer one night, and generally the way it's celebrated is that the Yule lads, while the kids are asleep, they come out, and the doors are slammed, or all the skyr in the house is eaten, depending on how deep you want to go. And they become kind of more commercialized over time, especially with modern housing and things like that. So the Yule lads, I think, in relation to Western Anglosphere Santa Claus and the elves, are more leaned towards the Tomta and the Nisi as being, in their imagery, of these kind of little beings that make the toys. And again, that harkens back to a time when toys were handmade. So a lot of time, now it's you see the joke where it shows like a ship coming from China. It's like the elves have made their toys or whatever, and it's kind of a off-colored joke in the sense that it kind of reminds me that we have deviated away from a lot of certain things that used to be very common for us, as far as making handmade toys and giving them out to the kids. But yes, the Tomta and the Nisi seem to be the elven kind of imagery based out of it. But to be honest, an elf could be simply a title that's given to, like, a Ljóself is a light elf. And I often have a tendency to believe of the Yule Elf that visits our house is a light elf, because he comes from the light of, he's brought by the light of the Yule log being lit and by the candle that's being held. And there's lots of connotations towards fire and the Inglenook and the house elf. When we talk about the tradition of giving burnt charcoal to greedy children or miserly children, and that's a tradition that holds in my house, is if a child is greedy and is only concerned about the gifts that he or she's going to get, then they end up getting a burnt, stick in their stocking, and it's kind of like a big, like, you were being greedy. And that
Does that come from Chocolate Pete?
Okay. Woo! Here we go. Now, Svarta Pete. If you're looking at mainland Europe in the Western Germany and the Netherlands, they have a figure called Svarta Pete, and this again kind of goes along with another common trope throughout Yuletide traditions that I think really bases itself. It's uniquely Christian, and I'm talking about Svarta Pete. Krampus, or in Iceland, she's known as Grilla, is this kind of antagonistic character. In the Netherlands, though, Svarta Pete is seen as like much more joyous. I have a friend who is from the Netherlands, and he told me that they were taught as children that Saint Nicholas was a Turk who lived in Greece and gave toys to children as a good Samaritan of the church. And he ended up saving Moorish children from slavery. And so he has this sidekick who is a Moorish child. I've also heard, that's what he told me, but I've also heard that he was a coal spirit, or back when the houses were warmed by coal, and that he was a spirit that lived in the coal house. And the general idea is that if you're a bad child, Svarta Pete will, whip you on the tail end with a switch. And so he became this, again, that trope that was throughout most of Europe, was that there was this figure that would shame you or punish you for being a bad child. Sometimes it is the Yule Elf himself, sometimes by giving coal or giving a burnt piece of wood, or it was kind of relegated off to a side character. In Iceland, Grilla is the witch, the child-eating witch, that if you are a bad child, she will snatch you up and throw you in a sack and take you out into a cave, and and eat you. And if you are good and she has no children to eat, she has to eat nail soup, and the nails kill her. So it gives the children a moral compunction to kill the witch. Again, all of these things I think really do correlate back to Christianity and the idea of Saint Nicholas being a saintly figure, and this kind of perhaps imagery or character of a foreignness or of an ancientness of the elder practices as being kind of like a mean character, and this creates that contrast. And I think that this came about from Christianity's practice of the Holy Tide, and kind of added that in. And I don't really do that here. I remember being young and moving from Iceland and being relieved that Grilla couldn't get me, because I lived in America and not in Iceland anymore. And that's not a tradition I've fostered, but you see it in the Alps. And again, the relation of Krampus, the idea of the horns and the goats and the sheepskin. This really goes back to the Swiss mountain dancers that would wear sheepskins and horns and baskets and bells, and they would, tell the kids to be good during Yuletide, or they weren't going to, get any gifts or blessings from Santa Claus. And so the idea of the pastoral sense, and there may be connections to perhaps Pan, since the Swiss are on the border with Italy, and that kind of may have infused itself there, or some sort of pastoral Aryan spirit that watches over the sheep and the cows and the goats. But that's kind of where Krampus comes from. In my house, the Yule Elf is called with the Yule log, and he takes the Yule Bok, which again we burn a Yule Bok in the fire before we eat, and the Yule Bok is seen as kind of like a smoky, misty visage of the Yule Bok, and he carries the gifts. And the Yule Elf leaves, and he goes on a travel. Instead of coming to the town like in Iceland, he goes to the ancestors. And the key important thing to remember is this is entirely hinged on another night in Yule, which we'll get to, is Ancestors' Night, when he brings gifts from the ancestors and gives the family a chance to speak about those that have come before. But his whole purpose is to be called, to travel to the ancestors, to bring the gifts from the ancestors back, give gifts of his own into the stockings or burnt pieces of stick from miserly and greedy children. And generally he'll eat the gift that's given to him that's left by the fireplace. And then that begins the gift exchange that will come. So the ancestors' gifts are, my children know this as the time when the ancestors give their gifts, and we'll speak about the ancestors on Ancestors' Night. They get gifts in the morning from the Yule Elf in the stockings, and in Iceland they use shoes in the windowsill as in a difference. And and then at night we do the exchanging of the gifts between family members, and that kind of ends Ancestors' Night. But we'll get into that. That's the 24th of December. But that's kind of seen as that the night of the Mother's Night, between the 20th and the 24th, the Yule Elf is taking his Yule Bok and he's going to the ancestors to gather the gifts from them. And so in a way, he's kind of a postal delivery kind of figure, because the ancestors want to ensure that the children are well clothed, well educated, strong, or healthy. And that kind of, again, comes from Iceland as well, with the Jólakati, the idea, the Yule cat. Some of you may be familiar with it, some of you might not, but the Yule cat in Iceland is a cat, which, again, there are no native species of cat in Iceland. So it's Grila's cat, the witch's cat, and he will eat children if they're not wearing new winter clothes. Because, again, this was a tradition of making sure the kids were like, Mom, Dad, you got to get me new clothes or the Yule cat's going to get me. And again, that sounds kind of funny, but in Iceland, winter kills you. It can kill you. And so that kind of is where that tradition evolved from. So I kind of kept that with the ancestors wanting their children to be well clothed and well fed. But that's for Ancestors' Night, because we shift into the 21st.
So do you and Catherine get the kids new winter gear every year, or are you just serving them up to Azrael to get eaten?
No, so generally for Ancestors' Night, I don't want to skip ahead, but the gifts that are given from the ancestors are usually in brown paper packages, like wrapped with twine, and their names are written on the corner like a parcel package. And when they open them up, we pull down the pictures of them, and before they open them up, we speak about them, we talk about them, and we tell stories about their lives. And then when they open the packages, generally it's woolen socks, hats, mittens, gloves, because as they're growing bigger, we have to get newer things, or sometimes they, boots or scarves or things that they might have grown out of. Sometimes books, educational books. So my kids see those gifts as really important because it comes from the ancestors. They never saw them as, I got a sweater, and they just, I wanted a toy, but I got a sweater. No, it's just understood that the ancestors don't give those kinds of gifts. We give gifts to each other during the gift exchange of toys and things that we might like and get at the store, but it's things that are more, shawls and hats, knitted things, more, homegrown gifts that come from the ancestors. And it gives us a chance on Ancestors' Night to talk about who they come from. This comes from your great grandfather, and he was this person. He did this for a job, and he was, known for this or whatever, you can really speak of. And the idea is ultimately, as me and my wife have done this, we realize that with this tradition, we pray and hope that our grandchildren or great-great-grandchildren will pull down pictures of us and speak about us and get gifts from us that the Yule Elf delivered. And that's the true magic of Ancestors Night. But like what you kind of said about tending the flame, the next day, lighting a candle in remembrance and in virtue. And then what we generally do is from that flame, we'll build another fire outside and we'll light a sun wheel in the morning.
Okay, so with that, bring us to 21st. The second day of Yuletide.
Second day of Yule. So after Mother's Night and everyone leaves and the Yule light is lit and everything is set and the Yule Elf is on his way down to the ancestors, the candle is kept. And in the morning, sometimes I've had Asatru come over and we will stay up all night till dawn. But again, depending on work and depending on timing, that can't always be done. So generally, either at dawn or sometime before noon, a sun wheel is made. And this is kind of something that could be done before Yule. You could make a Yule Bock. You could purchase a Yule Bock. There's a lot of ones you can buy online or, made in from sellers on Etsy or what have you. But generally, I will always make a sun wheel. And that sun wheel is to be burnt in the morning of the 21st. And a small bloat in honoring of the light and the returning of the light. And that Yule is officially started and we've kept the light going for the first night. We celebrate by doing a lot of different things. Sometimes it's just as simple as placing a sun wheel in the fire. Sometimes we've done it where we've placed them on strings and poles. And so numerous sun wheels would be burnt in the fire, and then they're spun around, much to the chagrin of our neighbors, who no idea what the heck's going on. Other times we've done one where we've done a spindle wheel, where if you twine it and you can pull it in and out, it spins one way and then the other. And while that's on fire, but you got to be careful, of course, because if you're in a residential area, flinging flames everywhere might not always be good. I would also say too, this could incorporate the tradition of burning a wheel and sending it down a hill. Is an older tradition, especially from the Anglo-Saxon folks in England in certain areas of burning a wheel and sending it down a hill. But again, lots of stuff to consider as far as safety. I would say that the easiest way to do it is to create sun wheels, whether out of hay. You could do them out of wood. You could do them out of paper mache, or casting material. You build this sun wheel and you burn it in the morning of the 21st. And this starts the official turning time of Yule. And from there, generally, we don't do anything for the rest of the day. So it's the night before and the morning of, and then we kind of take that day to either rest, recalibrate, or start beginning day 3, day 4, and so on and so forth. So it's worth noting that all of these traditions that are done throughout the day are not as intense as the first night. They can be intense depending on the houses you go to. And in my area, generally all the Asatru folk will open up their houses so that if people want to come over during one of the nights of Yule to celebrate, and sometimes the days are divvied up on the night of the 20th, like, hey, I'll take, 6th night and 7th night. And generally Ancestors Night, which is the 24th, nobody is over at anyone's house. They're generally either at home or at like close relatives, because again, it's Ancestors Night and it's more in correlation to direct blood kin that came before you. But so the night of the 20th, again, the Yule log, lighting, mistletoe, everything going on. And then in the morning, lighting a sun wheel, celebrating and giving a bloat to Suna, or to the returning of the light, Balder, and then taking the rest of the day to just relax or tend to what you have to as far as work. Say again?
I said, or sleep if you've been up all night.
If you stay up all night, yes. It's an open thing there. Depending on how crazy you take it. And that was another thing I wanted to, you brought up, and it's important for people to realize too, at the Hoffs, we celebrate Yule at the Hoffs, but they might be on the weekend before. So the 20th might be a Tuesday or a Wednesday, but
so we're going to celebrate the Hoff Yule celebrations on, I believe, day 4, because that's what most of our Hoffs are going to be celebrating on during Yule this year.
Okay.
So on day 4, we'll talk about Hoff observance.
Yeah, I think, and I mean, at Thorshoff, we're going to do it the weekend prior. It just ended up working out that way for us, scheduling wise. And I think that people need to know that that's an adaptation based on getting the community together when you can. And then practicing at home with the flame and doing things throughout the 12 nights, is kind of a home thing or a localized thing where you get together with certain folks and families and things of that nature. That's day 1 and day 2.
So I'll throw this in here on as far as day 2 goes. First, Steve's day 2 is about justice. And my understanding is it's about justice in the micro and the macro. It's to be reflective about fair treatment of a group, of people individually, of treating people fairly, and of justice. I don't want to belabor the term, but the idea of focusing on that and what that means to you, how that's relevant in your life, how that's relevant in the way that you practice your faith throughout the year. And I think that may take different shapes to different people depending on what your year has looked like or the experiences that you've been through. But focusing, that's certainly one of our virtues, is treating people fairly, treating all people fairly too. And I think that this is worth saying, not just people, but all living things that we interact with, having a spirit of treating them appropriately, of returning good for good or bad for bad, of being mindful of the justice or injustice of our actions. And I think that we all, if asked, yes, clearly justice is good, injustice is bad. But to really think about that in our interpersonal reactions, like, hey, are we being fair to this person or are we not? Cuts both ways. Are we being overly generous with a person who's a scumbag? Or, are we being too hard on someone because of, a personal dislike? Or are we treating them fairly and giving them what they deserve in our capacity? And I think that's always something really good to be mindful of.
I wanted to bring up one thing too that might be of help for people to remember, is the first 2 nights set a precedent for the rest of Yule. You have Mother's Night, and then what we call Suna's Day or the Solstice Day, the Day of the Sun, is based off of the microcosm of the year, or in specifically of the days of the week. So if you take the old reckoning of the week, where you have Sunday and Moon Day and Tyr's Day and Woden's Day and Thor's Day, you already have up to Freya's Day or Friday, 6 days, and I'm placing out Lorgarsdag or Wash Day. You have 6 days, and then you have 6 nights, so it makes 12. So the way that you could kind of see it is, and I here, if we have Mother's Night and then we move into Suna's day, then you know that this is going to be a night and this is going to be a day. And so it makes a total of 12 as you go through. So that, if anybody's wondering what makes a day and what makes a night, it doesn't have a significance. You're going to probably practice the celebrations at night, but it's a way to organize it so that you can understand it. So if you know that Monday follows Sunday, you've already got half of the days of Yule memorized.
Somebody just realized they were on camera and is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, don't do that, Aubrey. That's gross. Our audience does not want to see what you're eating. Although, to let you guys know, she is eating Quest protein chips, and she prefers those to regular chips. So, appreciate that. I want to get to another couple questions maybe here before we go on to day 3. The next question is, Noel is a word that comes from Latin meaning birth, and it's used a lot around this time. I know it's used in French to mean Christmas. Do you feel it is appropriate to use in the AFA? Aubrey, keep your food in your mouth or we're going to have to get you off camera, baby. So it's better than Christmas because it doesn't have Christ's name in it. And I'm a big proponent on this. Instead of everybody coming up with their own special name for stuff, it's the same thing with saying Asatru as opposed to Fornsether or Heathen, or you can use a variety of things that are all technically accurate. The more you use Asatru, the more you reinforce its meaning. We could all wear different symbols around our neck. We wear Thor's hammer because it means something. When people see it, it is directly associated with our faith. If your choice is Noel or Christmas, then Noel it is. If your choice is what to call it Yule, because everybody knows what that is. It's an archaic enough thing that is synonymous with Christmas anyway. So it's not baffling, it's not awkward, it's not uncomfortable to use, but it makes people stop and recognize they're clearly saying something other than Christmas. Why are they saying that? It doesn't have to lead to more conversation if you don't want it to, but it certainly can. So I really do think that Yule is the best option available to us altogether. So yeah. What are your thoughts on that, Svan?
Well, yeah, it does come from the Roman Latin word not natalis or of birth. Natal is where another word that we use, and it does mean birthing, but it definitely has heavy connotations towards the birth of Yeshua, or the birth of Rabbi Yeshua, and it in that sense of sacred birth. And you could probably angle it towards the rebirth of the sun or rebirth of the light. But yeah, I agree with you. Yule seems to hold far better. But if you're speaking from a Latin-based origin, if you're French and you're celebrating it and the language is completely Latin-based, I could understand the usage of it. And I think it would be better than, say, Christmas. But it brings up one thing. A lot of people, especially around this time of year in America, there's always this, they're trying to kill Christmas. They don't want to say Merry Christmas, or they don't want to say anything in relation to, Yeshua and the Sky Rabbi stuff. So I've always been of the mindset that I like to say in return, because again, we were talking about justice and fairness. If somebody says Merry Christmas to me, I always say Merry Christmas to you and have a happy Yule. I use what I would say after giving in reciprocation what they would say. I find that makes it easy. And
this is a really important point. And there's a lot of Karens out there in the atheist community, but there's also a lot of edgelords in our community that want to get real spicy, and I don't celebrate Christmas, I celebrate Yule. the only answer when somebody says wishes you something nice is either reciprocation or thank you. Don't be a jerk if somebody says, Matt, happy Hanukkah. Thank you. Happy Yule, or whatever the case may be, depending on the person that tells me that. Somebody of a different complexion wants to say happy Kwanzaa. I'm going to say thank you. May ask them how their Kwanzaa is going. Realistically, though, there's no need to take offense for somebody wishing you something positive that they do. And it's a good opportunity to be a nice human as opposed to be an edgelord. And that's kind of a common theme here. It's not aimed at anybody specific. There's a lot of people that are trying to do this right, and some people that are trying to be super authentic because they want to honor the gods properly, or because they're so zealous for our faith that they're, acting in a way that maybe Svan and I wouldn't, but their intention is to just be super pious. I respect that. I do. This isn't meant to be insulting. It's just a reminder that this is a good time of year to be nice to folks in general. And one way of doing that is by sharing in the joy and merriment when you can, in the spirit it's intended. And I think that goes well with the principle of justice and is kind of a good thing to loop in with today. I apologize for my daughter's disgusting camera habits. I tried to limit that as best I could. And yeah, we got time for another one here. Don't some of the traditions around Christmas also come from the Roman Saturnalia? Svan, how do you know? What do you know about Christmas's relation to the Roman celebration of Saturnalia?
Well, I think that Saturnalia was definitely loaded into Christianity when Catholicism was on its height and it spread, and there was a schism between the Germanic side and the Latin-based side of the holiday and of the religion itself. They had a huge rift that started between Latin-speaking Christianity in Europe and Germanic-speaking Christianity in Europe. And I think Saturnalia's traditions kind of come from that. And yes, there was clearly an overlay. When the Christians were in Rome, they soaked up a lot of that. But Saturnalia was done in kind of just before, I would say, I've heard the 15th, 16th, or 17th of December time frame. And again, the reason talking about Saturn, or the turning of Saturn, and the Deca month, or the 10th month, and calendars, and that's a fun subject that not everybody's really into, but the idea is that the turning of the year. And one tradition that really kind of seems to I think Saint Nicholas was overlaid on top of was gift giving. Saturnalia really did have a gift giving element to it, but those gifts had a tendency to be funny, or they were kind of like a joking gift that was given out to your families or friends, and it was kind of seen as humorous, along with a lot of the state-based sacrifices that were going on in the Roman religion. There was this homeliness of the idea of exchanging gifts, and I think that kind of came with it, and the whole St. Nicholas thing perhaps was either on it when it came to Northern Europe, or, it probably wasn't, but was, again, another way that it eventually meshed. And so one thing that I would definitely say is the gift-giving element to another person may be a vestige from Saturnalia. And this happens a lot with the Germanic religion in general. Like, if for us, May Day has a lot of connotations towards celebrations that were done by the Latin or Roman world that the Gauls and the Germanics picked up as well. It was a flower festival. And so Maius and May Day, there's a lot of overlap there. And I really kind of relegate that to different branches of Aryan people interchanging based over time, and again, how the holiday has adapted.
So we experience that still to this day, and it's not wrong or improper. I think this is a worthwhile time to mention this. I was talking to Cliff about this, Cliff Erikson, at Winter Nights. Any kind of logic tells us that our gods are as old as we are, as a folk, as a people. That said, they didn't sprout up when some of our people found themselves on the Tiber. Our faith didn't sprout there. Or if they found themselves on the Rhine, their faith didn't sprout there. Our faith comes from our most ancient point of origin, from Aryavarta, from Hyperborea, from our beginning. And our people have spread out and formed varying different levels of culture and types of culture, depending on where they've gone. And over the march of eons, they've gone out, they've come back, they've gone out, they've come back. And different points of Aryan spirituality have been informed by our cousins' spirituality. And that's not wrong, and that's not bad, and it's not sacrilegious. Our folk have done such a variety of things and developed different strengths and weaknesses, different ways of honoring our deities, different understandings of those personalities, and there being interchange there and overlap there isn't inauthentic. It's not genuine. It's not ungenuine. It's a very reasonable and, in some ways desirable thing to see and reflect on how these traditions differ in different climates. A lot of our celebration takes a very climate specific form. That's not essential to our faith. Our faith exists wherever our people go. Our folk have colonized, every type of climate in this world, and our faith is just as relevant there. And the celebrations become more and more silly the more they're trying to celebrate a climate that they don't exist in. Celebrating something in the desert, if you're in Arizona celebrating Asatru, your seasonal rituals might look very, very different. You're in a completely different place from our ancestors, but you're not in a different place from our gods. Our gods are with us wherever we are. And it's just kind of important to keep that in the back of your mind, for what it's worth. That said, Svan, can you take us into day 3?
Yeah, so kind of speaking about Saturnalia and the point of the Roman calendar and the turning of the year, Saturn, and it's worth noting that the third night, or excuse me, the third day celebration is when we start to look at the purposing of days of the week and things of that nature. So, I on our third day is Nertha's night. Nertha, Nerthus, Hertha, Ertha, Yarth. She goes by many names throughout all of the Germanic languages, the earth. So one of the things that I think, again, we're talking about macro and micro replays of the year, it's worth noting is after Mother's Night, the next day is the day of the sun, and the day that follows that is the day of the earth. It's a great way to remember it as well, because the next one is actually the day of the moon. So it goes Mother's Night, the solstice day is the day of the sun, the next night, the third night is Nertha's night, and that's the day of the you could call it Yartha's night, Eartha's night, Hertha's night. But the way that this day ends up kind of looking is you've burned the sun wheel on the 21st, and so on the 22nd you light a candle in virtue of that day, and start your day thinking about that. And then at night, when you get home, the bloat that is done is in dedication to the Lady of the Earth. And she is, at this point, the celebrations become pious acts of devotion. So generally in my house, this translates into different things. One is the hearth is cleaned. I'll usually, I pull the candle out. I start cleaning out all the ash from the night of the 20th. The kitchen is cleaned and the yard is winterized. And this is kind of a day of cleaning and a day of duty of understanding about stewardship and taking up your area and responsibility of your house and the land that it's on. And then, so during the day in the afternoon, usually when I get back from work, cleaning out the hearth, doing things around the house or in the yard, mending things, and then coming back and holding a bloat to Nertha or to Nerthus or to Yarth, the mother of Thor, the earth. And that bloat may be something as just a simple, small libation with a horn in the bowl, and then a meal for the family, and then we go to bed. So a lot of times I think people get daunted by the idea that 12 nights of Yule being, massive. And it could be, if we were living in an Asatru nation, it could be. But for the most part at a house, that is a cleanup day. It's a final getting the nooks and crannies of the house, getting the nooks and crannies of the fireplace, getting things cleaned up and sorted and set up from the 20th and the 21st, and giving thanks to the mother of the earth and the fruits. And oftentimes that I will generally dig a hole and place a gift and then cover it. And that I usually do after the bloat. While dinner's going on, I'll head out. Sometimes my son or my daughter will head out with me, and I'll do that out in the yard of the grounds. And that is really it for the third night, is the night of the earth.
So day 3 in the McNallen celebration is courage. I beat it to death on this program, but the point of these themes for these days is to take a moment to reflect on them with yourself, with your family, and think about how those things relate. The courage that I talk about so often on here, about being open with your faith, being open as a member of our church, those things may look really different to our children. What does courage mean to the members of your family? And think about that. Think about and internalize ways that you can be more courageous. And by courageous, I don't mean more in your face or more confrontational. I mean, what ways can you stand up and be counted for what you believe in? In what ways do you act out of fear that you could not, and you could choose to act differently? In what ways does fear control your life? And no matter where we are, any of these principles are things that we can think on and we can all do better at. Some of us have greater distances to go on some of them than others, but all of us could be better at each of these things. And it's worth taking a special day during this holy time of year to really think on that and to think on it as a family as well. Only good can come from that. And so day 3 is a day to focus on courage. So a couple more, we'll go through here on some more questions. Question: do you guys have any source in hand about the winter solstice and why it is related to Yule? I haven't found anything about that. So first crack that I'm going to have, and no, absolutely not. But what I do have is some common sense. The solstice, archaeology tells us that the solstice was very important to our ancestors in the oldest time periods that we have any understanding of. There are numerous Neolithic monuments. There are monuments in Scotland. There's Newgrange in Ireland that are aligned very specifically with the winter solstice. So celebrating and acknowledging ritually the solstice was absolutely something that was very important to our ancestors. I mean, if you think about the level of technology of Stone Age people, constructing a structure like that that's mind-boggling to begin with, but to make it precise to a sunrise or a sunset at a solstice period, that's meaningful. It's something that people probably spent generations perfecting before implementing. So common sense tells us that was very important at that point in time. The fact that the Yule celebration overlaps the solstice and is in such close proximity, if we see it as a 1 day period to the winter solstice, if we see it as a 3 day period, it overlaps, is, that's not coincidental. It clearly has a meaning. Exactly what that was and how our ancestors conceived of it, I can't tell you, but it would be illogical to think that it wasn't relevant to that practice, at least certainly in its earliest forms. But the archaeology of Neolithic monuments being oriented to the solstice is the closest thing I have to the source material that I think you're looking for. Svan, do you have any more to add on that?
Yeah, I think that a big understanding outside of archaeological stones and the alignment of the solstices in relation to those stones, when we talk about calendar keeping and time management that has gone on, we have seen that the relevance of timekeeping has changed over time. Sometimes it was more important to go seasonal. Sometimes it was more important to follow lunar cycles. Sometimes it was more important to follow solar cycles. I saw in the comments about the Sol Invictus cult that became very prominent in the later Roman periods, is that again, that was an association right there towards the very, very poignant highs and lows of the sun, and that brought a lot of that, and that comes from their timekeeping with an invested interest in it. So that was important, and so it became kind of known. And so as calendars changed and as the church kind of went from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian, a lot of these things become kind of poignant to the times they're in. As far as to Yule itself, if you were talking about it from an Anglo-Saxon sense, no, most of the Anglo-Saxon calendar was done by lunar months, and it's still debated. I know a lot of people say that the full moon was at the middle of the month and it was counted as the first sliver. But as far as timekeeping goes, that's kind of hard to do, especially in a very cloudy place, to see when that sliver shows up. So the days were kind of that calendar system. I wonder about its usage a lot in relation to that, or perhaps it was done mathematically, but that might have been done by certain people in society, whether they were priests or skalds or kings or people around the king. And it may have only been really prevalent to the king at that point. But the winter solstice now is, I think, more important because we understand a lot more, and our calendar keeping has aligned with our understanding. And that has been because of developments throughout. So the time frame that Alcirogothi's talking about with the megalith building and the stone structures, that was an observational point, and there may have been very different ways of counting those times to those key points. But Yule as a practice in relation to those measurements may have been very different. It may have been, again, people have proposed that it was around full moons during that month, but that Yule month was still named Yule month as a turning time, with the purpose of the solstice being that peak in the arc of the year. So I think it has significance without necessarily anyone being able to say, oh, it's absolutely this.
And I mean, even if you mark it archaically with certainly the Scandinavian romantics in the Romantic period talk about midvinterblot. Midwinter itself implies the solstice, the fact that it is juxtaposed to midsummer, where we are celebrating the solstice. There's a lot of logical inference as far as, a document of an ancient person telling us. I don't have one of those in hand as was asked. Next question: what are your favorite Yuletide cookies and treats? Care to make an ulterior Gothic decree as to the best cookie? So day 3 is about courage. I don't really have a courageous choice, but hearkening back to the day of justice on day 2, the fair choice, I cannot say there's one cookie that I can say there's some less good cookies and some more good cookies. I don't know there's a clear front runner on what the official ulterior Gothic cookie choice is. Tell you what, I really like those the peanut butter ones that have the Hershey's Kiss stuck in them. I realize after they cool, very often the kiss separates. Those are awesome. I always look forward to those. Little peanut butter balls are always awesome.
Yeah, Buckeyes.
I mean, give me all of the cookies. And here's the thing. Send me all of the different variants of cookies that you have, and then I will be able to fairly judge which is the best cookie. That goes to anybody on this broadcast listening to it now or in the future. I'm happy to judge such contests. No, I really like those. I like my friend from high school, and he is terrible at keeping up with just social niceties, but his wife is awesome, and she always sends us some holiday goodies that she makes, and I always really appreciate that. There was I'm trying to remember, there was those Christmas wreath looking things in school that they would make with like green food coloring and cornflakes or something. But when they could get the mint extract in there, those are awesome. Something else I like that I do think is related, because I see it around this time, but you can get them year round, and it's old man candy, but that means it's cheap candy, is those spearmint leaves. The spearmint leaves on the little 2 for $1 or whatever orange bags of candy, those are solid. They're mint. They're delicious. I recommend those year round. I had a really good recipe to like candy nuts one time that was really good. I wish I still had the recipe because it was just awesome. Any kind of a cinnamony nut brittle this time of year is a solid choice. Variety of peppermint barks are always a winner. Shoot, there's tons of goodies this time of year that are awesome. Those are some of my favorites that I can think about. And just thinking about Aubrey in this year, what something my mom used to always make sure that I had in my stocking that I think we'll do for Ancestors Night in honor of her this year is the chocolate oranges.
Same here.
Those are awesome. I've always liked those. Chocolate and orange has always been one of my favorite combinations. But my mom would always make sure that I get one of those growing up in my stocking. So I think we're gonna do that for Aubrey this year too, and for me because they're delicious. That said, Svan, you have any favorite Yuletide cookies or treats you want to share with the class?
Yeah, the sugar cookies with the crystalline sugar on them, like there would be like a Yule tree, and it'd be green crystalline sugar on top of that sugar cookie, and when you like dip it into hot tea, it would turn the green or red, or if you're going through them, that it's just it's like a mishmash of food coloring in there, but it's basically those sugar cookies that you can find with a coating of that crystalline sprinkling sugar on top. But you brought up a point about peppermint, and I was thinking like, a lot of the mint families that, you cut down your mint for the winter time, it's going to grow back next year, but so much mint available, doing mint meads is really good this time of year during Yule too, because they're a night kind of dedicated to making mead and cookies and jellies and jams.
So there was when I first started going to national events in 2010, there was a guy, and he turned out not to be my favorite guy in the world, but he was an amazing wizard when it came to mead flavoring. This wouldn't be my normal go-to, but it accomplished what he wanted to really good, and I think it's good this time of year. He made a chocolate mint mead, and the flavor really came through. It was a little bit thicker than I would normally be accustomed to on a mead, but the flavor was really, really good. He also made an apple pie flavored mead that was the best of its kind that I had. But he was really good at that. I know there's a number of people that can incorporate that in a mead really well, and it doesn't sound like it would go particularly, but it really did. I will throw this out here. Should have mentioned it, I suppose, on night one, but I've done some long sumbles on that night, and nobody got silly or crazy or anything, but some informal living room sumbles. And I remember one time, and again, it's middle of the night, we can't just run up to the store. We're in a spot where we couldn't. So we ran out of meat for the sumble, and it was an informal sumble. So we were just going around until everybody said what they wanted to do. And we had, as I mentioned earlier, we had like 10 hours on our hands. So we ran out of mead, and we ended up putting whatever alcohol we had in the house into the horn and making a cacophony of alcoholic beverages in the horn. But we ended up finishing it up with a horn basically full of peppermint schnapps, and that was festive. Again, it was a horn. You only got it when it came around to you, so nobody was nobody had their own, like, I don't recall, maybe somebody had their own private supply, but nobody got messed up or anything. But it's not really informative to the program. It's just kind of a memory I have of celebrating Yule with some of my friends that just whenever I think of peppermint schnapps, it always takes me there for a minute.
Ali said jungle juice sumble.
You got to do what you got to do sometimes. You can get creative. It doesn't always have to be the same thing. I think we use ritual mead a lot, but this is as good a time as any. It doesn't have to be mead. You can use a lot of different things, I think, to keep most in keeping with the spirit of Sumble and with our ancestors. It should be alcoholic, assuming you're an adult and it's an appropriate thing to do where you're at. But yeah, a lot of times an ale or a beer is a really good thing to use during Sumble. Certainly, they talk about that in the lore. To talk about ale runes and things. Celebrating with ale is a thing. The nobility of our folk, especially into antiquity, would like to use wine. Wine was a status drink. I mean, mead was common, but wine had to be imported from Rome and from other places outside of the tribe. So it was reserved for, the aristocracy. There's a lot of options there. So it doesn't always have to be mead. I think we get stuck in that mindset a lot. Our next question. Can you talk about the relations between the Amanita muscaria mushroom and its red and white coloring and the possible origins of Santa Claus and the crossover with shamanism? What are your thoughts on this, Svan?
That's a really cool question, but okay. So the growth period of Aminata muscara in relation to the birch trees and the northern climes, it's not a psilocybic, and it grows in the turning of the times right before winter when it gets too harsh. And so most likely, if you were talking about processes, it was harvested way before the midwinter. And so the correlation there, the only time, based on my studies, is that it would have been processed at that time if there was a correlation to that. And we don't have a ton of information. In relation to Germanic beliefs, the usage of it in northern Norway and northern Sweden and in northern Finland may have been the only real kind of high availabilities of it, unless there was more usage maybe in the higher altitudes in Central Europe, but there's not a lot of definitive proof of that. In relation to the coloring, there's been speculation that there's connection to that as well. I don't know, because when you talk about the commercialization of Santa Claus and the red and the white and the black, some people have lots of theories about that, and that the Yule Elf wasn't always seen as wearing red, white, and black, and that that development may have been a modern thing or what have you. I can't say definitively that there is a connection, but I have looked into it. I find that the idea of the Vitki, the northern Vitki, or shaman, if you will, to use that word, and it's the usage of things like that. I don't know. I don't know how much it would have folklore relevance to common folk who are celebrating, a lot. I do know that the red hat in relation to the Tomta and the Nisi in Norway and in Scandinavia, or in Sweden, there has been speculation that there is a connection there, but it's not a red hat with white spots. It's just simply a red hat. And we know that red has significant color, especially in relation to the usage of it in clothing. It's been speculated that in Germanic mysticism or again, like Vitkis, the idea of the red hat or red pants as being a symbol of power, of either mobility or the ability to keep time, is what I'm getting at. Is that I feel that perhaps the idea of the red hat may have correlations towards that, but that it may have had a significance towards perhaps the person that was keeping time, the person that was measuring out the year. And a red hat may have been a symbol of that, and that may have been correlated to some of the practices that were passed down and known about Aminata. I don't know. I wish I could say yes, absolutely. But looking into stuff, it's really inconclusive, and it's kind of like a possible bleed over. There is a lot of correlations that people have made. There is a book called The Magic Mushroom, in which I highly recommend if people are interested in this subject, but it correlates into the Egyptian religion, even Judaism and early Christianity. There's a lot of things, rabbit holes it goes down. And but again, it's trying to convince you of its case. And I don't know, honestly. But timekeeping and the wise people, the idea of a red hat symbolizing wisdom, power, and keeping of those things, counting the days, whether it was like a runic calendar with a pin, very much like what I do with the iron mark, measuring out the cycles like in a metonic cycle, or was generally regulated to someone or relegated to someone who had the time to do that. Sometimes the elderly, somebody of wise, positioning or priestly positionings, and they kept a lot of that. And even still, the common folk would keep more on a seasonal sense. And it seems to be, when you look at shamanism, the usage of that is a closely guarded secret by those wise people. There is, of course, stuff with the Siberians and their usage of it. And I'm not really going to go into all of that because some of that practice is kind of really out of the box. If anybody knows any of that stuff about the Siberians and the gourd and the drinking of certain things. But I don't think that was a common understanding. And I don't think that, folklore wise, I think perhaps the mushroom was associated again with the land spirits and with Alvar. And so there may be a connection there between the Tomta and the Nisi, and that the idea of the red hat, even the Yule lads are oftentimes depicted as wearing red hats. And that may have hearkened, but we don't see it in like Father Christmas, but we do see Father Christmas of like the Victorian age in Anglospheres as riding a goat. So again, the Yule Bach shows up even in England in relation to that. And he's carrying wassail, ale, as part of that time and tradition of the season, with having the mummers dancing from house to house to get sips of wassail and or ale for singing and making jovial times. So that specific correlation, I don't quite know. I would like to say yes, but the adaptation of the Yule Elf, the jolly old elf, Saint Nicholas or the Santa Claus or the Tomta and the Nisi is a very interesting thing. And I think it's far older than any other. I think the Yule Bach comes out of the idea of the Tomta or the Nisi because, again, it survives in Iceland, but the Yule Bach kind of leaves. There is no Yule goat in Iceland. So in the Yule tradition that, at this point, we're talking about, we have the, Mother's Night, and the Yule Elf gets summoned and he leaves to go to the ancestors. And by this time, my children know on the third night, on Nertha's night, he's coming back. So it's another, technically 2 days, he's going to come back and bear the gifts. And that's the gift exchange night. The ancestors night is a big night for the kids. And so that traveling of the Yule Elf, and in all of the variations that, I have seen and even purchased, I have pillows that come out this time of year. I'm actually thinking about grabbing a couple of them. They show the Yule Elf with a red hat. You can go on to numerous stores and get pillow covers with prints on them. And I simply just, if you look up the Tomta and the Yule Bach, or Yule Bach and the Yule Elf, you get tons of different things coming up. And we've got, around this time of the year, they start coming out, and every single one of them has a red hat. But as far as direct correlation, I don't have anything on that one.
So Svan is awesome that he'll cover for me when I have to take a bathroom break. I was actually looking for a picture I couldn't find. It was so my grandfather was in the army, and he and my grandmother, my mom and my uncle spent time in Germany in the 50s, post-war, in the American sector or whatever. And there's this picture of them with the creepiest German Santa, and he's all like skinny. And it was just kind of an illustration of how all white people's conception of Santa Claus is not necessarily the big fat Coca-Cola Santa Claus. But yeah, I couldn't find the picture, so all for naught. But Svan wrapped it up the second I sat down because he's the pro at this.
Well, and I just saw somebody bring up the Yule lecture too.
Well,
the usage
so
of
I want to say this about the mushroom thing.
Oh yeah.
To people who are really into mushrooms, mushrooms are to those people like placentas are to Varg. If you try, and I don't mean that insultingly, but if you try hard enough, you can find correlations between most anything you want. So you have to look with a critical eye on, is that really there or not? I don't think there's any particular reason to believe that in relation to Santa Claus. As far as other relevancies to psychedelic mushrooms and ancient religious practice, absolutely. But I've read, and this isn't aimed at the person asking the question at all. I've read numerous books. I'm aware of numerous books. I've read one on it. There's a lot of people whose theory is, almost everything somehow relates to psychedelics at some point in ancient prehistory. I know there's a lot of those theories out there. They make some really interesting correlations, but much like Varg and the placenta thing, I think there's a lot of other options than just being that. And I don't really see it as being a ever-present thing. I don't think that's necessarily relevant to the very early conceptions of the Santa Claus character. I see that develop much more in modern times with the colors and things. So it would be hard for me to think that that's some holdover from a very ancient shamanic practice. But it's not impossible. It's not impossible, but I don't see it, and I would err on the side of that not being the case. So before we get to the next questions, let's do day 4, if you would, Svan.
Understood. So as we move along, and like I said before, when you have Mother's Night, you have Suna's Day, or you have the Day of the Sun, and then Nerthus Night. We move on into what follows after Sunday is Moon Day. So Mani's Night is the 4th night. And in this one, there's a lot of, this one really correlates around the usage of calendar keeping and timekeeping as honoring of the moon in the usage of good luck and timeliness, the idea of the moon being full and, committing to acts of like, as Tacitus said, this time is auspicious for the Germanics, and they often committed contracts around this time, as it was seen as a boonful thing to do around the full moon, and that things after the full moon were kind of seen as like not a good time to do joining things or contracting things. The correlation of the moon is, I think, more important. And in this night, if you're not following the iron mark, one of the things that could be done is this night is, again, another act of piety towards setting up your calendar for the next year, whatever that might be. If it's in your house and you're planning on setting up the nights that you're going to hold your holy tides, or setting up the times to make sure that your work doesn't clash with you going to the Hoff and celebrating the holy tides of the next year. For the iron mark, it's the day that we set up the full moons for the coming year, so that we can track everything as we go through, because all of the moons are the months, and we just passed through the full moon of Yule month, so that's why we're now heading towards Yule. So generally, it's the night that we set up the next calendar. It's a 364-day calendar that goes from midwinter to midsummer, and then from midsummer to midwinter, respectively. And you just track the days as you go. So if you can count days, that's the way that the calendar works. But the moons are the indicators of what holy tides are to come. And so each moon has a holy tide connected to it. And generally it works out quite well with the Gregorian calendar. For the most part, you have 12 moons one year, 13 moons another, and it cycles through like that. So we give honor to Mani, and we give honor to the keeping of time, setting the calendar up. So if it wasn't done, say, through calendar keeping, it would be done through your literal business calendar / religious holy tide calendar, setting things up. And generally it's a small bloat to Mani, or like, was it 2 years ago or perhaps a year ago? No, it's 2 years ago. It was like a full moon right around that time. So it was really nice to kind of go out into the light of the moon and hold a bloat and have a fire lit. But it was, yeah, I just saw too all the related things. They are on MeWe there. If you go to my page and scroll down, like just a couple, they're all there as far as Yule's, the imageries, and even stuff with the iron mark. But yeah, Mani's night is, again, a big thing to understand is the first night and the second day are big, and then thereafter it becomes pious and devotional, lighting your candle and focusing on your virtue of the day, and then having a small bloat and doing some act, whether it's cleaning your hearth, setting your calendar. These little acts are what kind of keeps the Yuletide going, making sure your flame is tended. But other than that, you're living, you're doing your day to day as normal. It's just with small libational bloats every night in dedication. And the way to remember it is, again, you have Mother's Night, Day of the Sun, Day of the Earth, Day of the Moon. And that's a great way for a lot of people to organize and understanding those days, those first 4 days. And then after that, it goes into, of course, Tuesday or Tears Day, Odin's Day or Woden's Day. Oh, yeah, there it is. Excellent. Yeah, so, in the beginning here, we have Mother's Night with the Yule log and the light, Suna's Day, and then I put a broom as a symbol of cleaning the earth and cleaning the house and getting things ready. And then timekeeping in relation to the 23rd, Mani's Day. And again, you could correlate this entirely to the Gregorian calendar. In the iron mark, it's really easy because Mother's Night is day 0, and then Suna's Day is the first day. So the winter solstice starts the whole year over again. And it's because we do count the sun. We are it's a solar lunar calendar. So if you can count the days, and the months are like tidings thereof. So that fourth day is Mani's Night, and it's a night in dedication to scheduling, timekeeping, and as I had mentioned, the people that keep time and keep mark of the days wasn't always somebody that was just around. It might have been the head of the household or an advisor to the king, somebody who was just off. That's what his job was, to make sure that everything was following in accordance with the seasons and the days and the times of the year. But it's become more of a hobby, if you will, in relation to the fact that you can absolutely use the Gregorian calendar and not be thrown off like, oh, I don't know how to use this other archaic calendar, or I don't know how to use it, so I can't do it. No, it's just for those who are kind of enthusiasts for the calendar and timekeeping. But that's Mani's Night. And then we again, like I spoke about with the Yule Elf, he's on his way back. Kids know it, because in the morning, the Ancestors' Gifts show up for Ancestors' Night, which is the 5th day.
So this day, by the McNallans, is the focus is on generosity. And I think that's relatively self-explanatory.
Especially this time of year.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that it has other implications, and the idea is more to think about it in general over the course of how you live your life, as opposed to, obviously you give people gifts around Yule time, it's a thing. But this is more to reflect, like, man. So Yuletide in general is a good time to take stock of where you're at and how far you've come, for good or for ill, in the previous year, and maybe plans or resolutions to do different things in the year to come. And so it's a good time to, have I been generous this year? Have I been focused on myself? Have I been giving? And, that can come in a lot of things. Obviously, have I been generous? Like, have I donated to stuff? Have I donated to the Hoff? Have I given donations to the AFA or to Folk Services or to the Hoff, or whatever the case is? But also, have I been generous with my time? Have I been giving of a giving spirit, as far as, helping people out maybe when I don't want to, or I'm feeling tired? Spending time in selfless things that help the folk, but maybe are a pain in my butt to do. Have I done that? Have I been generous with the resources that I have? And how can I be more generous in a reasonable way? I mean, it's not a virtue in Asatru for you to make yourself a pauper by giving all of your riches to someone else. But the concept of having a giving spirit and being, bountiful in doling out your gifts, that's a good thing, has always been seen as a virtue. It's a religious virtue of Asatru. It's a common sense virtue of people like folks that have a giving spirit. So fitting, and it just happens to be on this one that most of our Hoffs are going to be celebrating Yule at the Hoff. So an idea of a Yule at an AFA Hoff. This will be the day that we celebrate Yule at Odin's Hoff this year. We decorate the Hoff up. People go and get a Yule tree, and it's kind of a whole weekend event. So they'll set it up in the Hoff. We'll exchange gifts. We'll make sure that there's gifts for all the children that are going to be in attendance. At our Hoffs, what we like to do is to get toys and give gifts to the children of the community, and have that as either part of our food pantry that month or separate, to where local kids that don't have a lot can come to our Hoff and get a gift. And that's a nice thing to do that we've done and kind of pioneered at Odin's Hoff. As far as bloat and celebration, I usually perform the Yule bloat at Odin's Hoff, and there's not a bad option as to what god to honor or who to celebrate. As I've said on this program many times, often our people will develop a special relationship with a particular god or a goddess, and they can reach out to that god or a goddess for whatever occasion. It doesn't just have to be Njord equals water. If your patron god that you spend your time worshiping is Vidar, and you're going on an ocean voyage, you can absolutely entreat Vidar for help. There's gods that are certainly more obvious choices. This time of year, Odin is certainly an obvious choice. One of his Hekti, one of his nicknames is Yulnir, or the Yule Father. I usually do an Aesir in general bloat. I try to invoke all of them, and the spirit of it is one of joy and celebration, and trying to get people to ring bells and make noise and be happy, and wish the gods a happy Yule and celebrate. And the idea that I try to incorporate into bloat for Yule specifically is sharing in celebration between our folk and our gods. And that's the spirit I try to put in there. We'll often use a sun wheel. We'll do that both at Yule and at Midsummer. Sometimes that takes different forms. Sometimes people will make one out of straw or something that's very flammable, and we'll tie ribbons to it. That's very often something at Midsummer, but we've done it at Yule before also. We'll light up a sun wheel or a solar cross to celebrate the turning of the seasons and the return and the constant, the reliable return of that sun through the darkest time of year to the height of midsummer. That's always been a cause for celebration of our folk. And so we try to celebrate and acknowledge that there, usually with a light sun wheel. One of the other things, and I think it's 3 questions from now, but I think now's the time to do it. Has any of you guys made a Yule goat or a Yule bak? Yes. So a couple of things. Much like the bred horses at Freyfaxi, beauty is in the eye of the beholder of your Yule box. I have made some less than great looking Yule box at Odin's Hoff. I've made some subpar versions. But yeah, I've tried to make those, out of straw. One really memorable time, we were celebrating Yule in Alaska, and it was so cold out, but it was neat. The ritual circle in my yard, we'd gone out with the snowblower and carved out this circle and cleared it out. And so it was a naturally, because of the snow wall around it, the space was very well defined. It was nice. It was like a 4-foot high wall of snow surrounding it with a 10 pallet bonfire in the middle. So it was awesome. It was hot. It was this amazing bonfire. And we were standing around it in this circle, and we hadn't made the circle quite big enough, but it was -20 or something at that time. So we were spinning and like rotisserieing ourselves because the side facing the fire was uncomfortably warm, but the side not facing the fire was uncomfortably cold. So we'd constantly be having to shift our positioning a little bit to not either burn or freeze. But this bonfire was awesome. And we had prepared a Yule bak, and this is why it comes up. We prepared a Yule bak, and it was a big one. It was made out of bales of hay. So it probably stood, 3 bales high by like 4 bales long. And it was stuck together, and we had it at a certain distance from the fire, so it was there to offer when it was time. And it was weird. It was amazing that when we gave bloat, the fire from the bonfire was so hot that right at the crescendo, when I was turning to offer the Yule bak to the gods, it reached its smoke point and it burst into flames. And it was perfectly timed. It was amazing. That Yule bak I did not make. You could probably tell because it was a good-looking Yule bak. But the timing on it was spectacular. And that that was one I really remember up there as far as the actual Yule bloat itself.
I was gonna say I made one as well out of straw, and it was there was a lot of emotional love in building that, but the skill level I was not there for me. It was pretty hard. I was struggling with a lot of it. I did find out a really cool way if you don't have the ability to do with straw, you can make a Yule Bock out of wood, and it's very, very easy to do. And so I just simply drew it right now. If you take a panel of wood and shape it like a Yule Bock and cut 2 slits and then make 2 little horseshoe pieces of wood for the legs that go right up in here, it'll stabilize. It's great for Yule tree decorations, for putting them on tables, or you can make a bigger one. I know that traditionally, of course, doing it in the hay style is really, really cool and powerful and great for burning with the Yule log. But if you don't have that ability, that doesn't mean you can't get around it. Just saying.
Time for some more questions. Next question in line, is Krampus a pagan pre-Christian figure? And could he somehow spiritually be real? What are your thoughts, Svan?
Well, I kind of hinted towards that. Actually, I think that when we talk about pre-Christian, there are clear evidence towards Aryan traditions in relation to either a demigod, a land spirit, or a divine being that it presides over the shepherds and their flocks. And I'm just throwing that very broadly out there. And so there could be correlations to that. I don't know enough about specifically in Swiss and Alpine lore going that far back. But I think that might be the biggest and most anchored correlation. However, that we do know that the Swiss have they have a dance, a troupe of menfolk that are oftentimes called the wild men, and they're wearing sheepskins, and sometimes they wear masks with horns. And of course, there's a clear correlation between a goat and the Yule Bock. But it's also worth noting that the Yule Bock is utilized because that's carrying packages and carrying things over mountains, oftentimes and through snow. Utilizing a goat or a big enough animal that can kind of work terrain despite having some weight on its back. That may have had its own thing, but the Swiss may have brought about the Krampus act, at least of dancing in the streets and moving through the towns. That might have been kind of a drift over from the wild men. But again, I think a lot of the intent of the personage of Krampus or Grilla or Svartapete is a Christian utilization most, I would say. I'm not saying it's from them, but I certainly see that they feel they've utilized it quite well. The idea, again, is the good is, St. Nicholas or the going to church. And if you don't go to church on Christmas Day, you're going to get or invite the evil in of this character. And I think that as Christianity has lost a lot of its grip around things, people take into it as being quite fun and, relatively, wholesome. And even, if Svartapete's chasing you around with a switch, or Krampus has, a bundle of twigs and switches that he's, running after you with, but some of them can get quite grisly, and it looks almost like a miniature Halloween celebration in relation to like America. And again, it might be because they don't really celebrate Halloween there. So it kind of ends up being like that. We find that in the Aryan branches, there are scary nights that are often, usually 2 of them, one in the winter and one during the spring time frame, right at the turning at the equinox. So you'll find for us, it's winter nights and Hexanoct. And a lot of times in Nordic countries, they don't celebrate Halloween. So they'll do some sort of scary day or scary night towards the either early winter, like in Iceland, they do it in February. The children dress up in costumes, and they go from store to store, asking the merchants at the store to give them candy, or they'll play tricks on them and things like that. It's a trick or treat, but it's in February. And you find sometimes, of course, Witches' Night and the bonfires being lit for Volsperganacht throughout the Nordic lands in April, May timeframe. So I think that's kind of a correlation of where it's gone, and that's more the winter scary, and they've lumped it up with Krampus. I know a lot of German practitioners of Asatru are descended from Germans. They hold Krampus in high regard, and they incorporate that in their families at home. I don't. I'm not descended from Germany, the nation, so I don't have a lot of Krampus stuff, and I didn't bring the whole Grilla thing. Again, I more or less have the Yule Elf punish the kids for being greedy or miserly or covetous, and not being generous and giving of gifts during this time. So, it's hard to say. Most people would immediately say, yes, absolutely, has ancient origins, pagan origins, or heathen origins. But as to how or why, it might be more specifically because of the Swiss themselves and their herding and shepherding practices. But I don't know.
Yeah, I absolutely think that those traditions are pre-Christian, but they're certainly harnessed and then utilized for Christian duality during the Christian period. It's always, I don't know, entertaining to me that Santa has like his enforcer that,
strong hand.
It's funny. Svan's story about his Dutch friend's explanation makes Chocolate Pete sound like Morgan Freeman in Robin Hood.
Yeah,
and he haunts my dreams.
Well, and I had always heard that Svarta Pete was a character of in relation to the Coal House, and that's why he was, it was very dark. And of course, they're under fire for blackface and all of that stuff. And a lot of the people in the Netherlands hold he's the fun kind of character that is really down with the kids and running around, and there's a lot of happiness. People want to take pictures with Svarta Pete, whereas Saint Nicholas is he's got a shepherd's crook in the Netherlands, big long beard, giant pope hat.
There's a very old concept of, and I think this harkens back in a way to the Wild Hunt and various things of, if you act wrong, if you don't do the right action at the right time, especially during winter, if you commit some winter impropriety, some ooga booga thing is going to inflict something nasty on you. So mind your P's and Q's. And I think that tradition is held over into the Christian period. In any kind of authentic Christianity, Santa Claus is idolatry, and him hanging out with like his demon buddy that they like team up and inflict stuff on you is certainly not something the apostles would have recognized or found reasonable.
Kind of like the Book of Job, though.
Yeah, it really is in a way. I think that you and I would laugh at that. I don't think that the early Christian fathers would. I think they wouldn't get the irony.
Right.
But yeah, I do think that kind of, especially in a more bestial Krampus form, does harken back to the pagan period. Svan, can you tell us about day 5?
Okay. So day 5 is Ancestors Night. It is the 24th of December. I don't know if the icon's going to come up again on the screen, but it is the night in which basically the families come together. So after, we if you look at all the ones on the top, it's Sunday, Moon Day, Tears Day, Odin's Day, Thor's Day, Frey's Day, and then we have all the nights at the bottom there, but they're going back and forth. Ancestors Night is generally marked by the arrival of the Yule Elf early in the morning hours while the children are asleep. He gets into the house, whether it's through the chimney or through a window, or just, the Yule Bach is made of smoke and he's made of light and fire. So flash, he's in the house and he drops off the gifts from the ancestors. And, throughout in this local area, there's quite a few Asatru in this area that celebrate. Some have done colorful gift wrapping, and sometimes it's very different than the wrapping of the gifts that the family gets for each other. I have a tendency to do it just the brown parcel package paper with twine, and I write all the names in runic, just for, I guess, to imbue that into the minds of my children, that when they see this and they understand it's very magical to them. And they will generally come down in the morning and see the gifts underneath the Yule tree, and that signifies, okay, now they can go get their gifts. And those gifts have been wrapped, usually with the help of me or my wife, and we do them in rotation so that everyone doesn't see. So that's a long kind of process, throughout all of the beginning of December, is us wrapping gifts so that other people can't see. But the idea is that you have the ancestors' gifts, you have the Yule Elf's gifts, which are in the stockings at this point too. And he has, generally on Mani's night, we'll give out some like cookies, usually is what, cookies and milk. Yule Elf loves cookies and milk. Trust me. And those are eaten, and the stockings are filled. And then the kids will bring their presents down and place them around the Yule tree. And those gifts are usually like a 1-for-1. So if my eldest son, he will get a gift sometimes for me and my wife, or certainly for each one of his siblings. And he's already, they were talking about it today and writing lists down. I know exactly what I want to get for my brother. I know exactly what I want to get for my sister. And so they're very, very focused on getting gifts for their siblings and also for us. And they also write down gifts that they might like. Sometimes they're more, but generally they get about as many gifts as there are people in the house. 1 gift, sometimes 2, depending. But it's not really all about the gift itself as per se, the gift exchange with each other and building that strong bond between each other. And again, too, it's like if they're miserly or greedy or whatever, the Yule Elf's watching. The Yule Elf is always waiting for the next year to just throw a bunch of burnt charcoal in your stocking because you're being a greedy little miserly kid. And so they'll bring the gifts down, and then we let them sit all day. And the kids get to open up their stockings and eat some chocolate oranges are a big one in my house as well. Because it's just superb. But sometimes we do like little puzzle games, the triangles with golf pins, and little games that they could play together. And sometimes they're utility things, like the Yule Elf likes to put like hot hands, the little things that they can crack and put into their pockets to keep their hands warm during being outside or what have you. And then go throughout the day as per normal. And then once the night comes, we begin by opening up the presents. So the first thing we do is we hold a bloat to the ancestors, and we give libation to all the ancestors, and we pull all the pictures of our ancestors down and make them present and center in the house. And then generally what we'll do is we'll have the eldest he becomes the Yule Elf's helper, and he passes out all the gifts of the ancestors first. And we start down the line. We start with, the oldest patriarch of the family that has passed, and usually his wife, or sometimes it'll be on the other side of the family, if depending on the information you might have, and we talk about them. So we say, hey, these gifts were given to you by your great great grandfather or your great great grandmother, and this is what we know about them, and this is who they are. And we usually show pictures of them. All of our pictures that come from weddings, so it's really nice. And sometimes we'll do them both at the same time because they're in the picture together. And those gifts are opened, and my son still talks about the wool socks. Like every time winter turns, he still talks about the wool socks that he got from his great grandmother like years ago. And he's like, oh, I get to break out the winter clothes and put on the wool socks that are super comfortable. And it's such a great way to get your children involved and understanding to the significance of everything, these cycles, because we're talking about not just yearly cycles, but life cycles too. And so on the 24th, we open up the ancestors' gifts, and then we do the gift exchange. Sibling to sibling, they'll give each other gifts and they open them up together. And then generally they're hugging each other and saying thank you. And it's a good time all around. And then we end that night, with while we're eating generally and opening up gifts. And this works out very well if you have Christian family members, because a lot of times, like we'll go over the next day on the 25th to grandma's house at some point and celebrate with them, and then come home at night and do tears bloat. But that's for the next night. But it helps. It works out very well. It incorporates well. I have found from my experience.
There you go. In the McNallen celebration, it is the day for hospitality. Again, during the Yule season is a really good time to put this principle into practice and to invite friends and family over, to be a good guest, and to be a good host. But more throughout the year, contemplating ways that you can do that. And it's just kind of a remark to the principle. One of the Asatru fundamentals takes me back to my roots. Things that I do is once, every month I host a meal at my house with AFA members, in the area, or anybody who wants to. If you're not in the area, I appreciate you making the journey. But having the folk over at my table and sharing a meal with them and letting them into my house is really important to me, because that's one of my fundamentals of how I got involved in Asatru to begin with, of how I first started getting together with other people who practice our faith, is hosting something at my house and sharing a meal with people at my table. So finding ways to incorporate hospitality throughout the year is important. It's one of our virtues, and it's also a very good tool to build the folk in your area. You don't have to be a folk builder or have a title to do that. You can just be a regular Asatru practitioner that wants to have others come over and celebrate something at your house during the Yule season. It's a really nice thing to do. As a random thing, something my family would always do, and I've gotten lazy with when, I was single, and then when it was, I'm not living at home, and then when it's, just me and Mandy, especially because she can't tolerate the gluten. But one of the traditions, and we need to do this year, if you're listening, Mandy, falls on this day. But my grandparents, growing up, my grandparents, my mom's family would always have ham sandwiches on Christmas Eve, which that's what this falls on. Don't know why. I looked it up. I can't see that that's any kind of tradition outside of just my family, but it's kind of something we always would do. And it's kind of silly. It doesn't sound that festive, but we'd get I don't even know if you can find this anymore, but they would get a boiled like ham, not like a cured ham, but like a, you know, that cut of the pig that was fresh, boil it up, and then, you know, slice it up and make sandwiches out of it. We'd go all out. We'd get different kind of mustards and different kind of pickles and all kind of different fixins and different breads or whatever, and some chips. And we just go to town on some ham sandwiches. But it's what we used to do. I remember doing it with my grandparents. Man, just thinking about it right now, it takes me back to their dining room table and doing that. And that's something that we used to do. No particular relevance to Asatru or today's broadcast, but kind of a family thing that came to mind when we were talking about stuff folks do. And
auspicious that it fell on Ancestors Night too.
Yeah, it's nice. We'll do that this year because that sounds tasty, and I need an excuse, so we'll do it. The next question, the Yule Stang. I don't know the A with the little degree over the top of it. I don't speak that. I'm not sure what noise it makes. Is an old practice similar to the idea of the Yule tree and its decorations, but they are mainly placed outside the home. Do you think there is a clue there about the origin of that topic? Svan, do you have thoughts on this?
Yeah. Again, one of the big things that I've always correlated towards the decoration outside is either ribbons, bells, and glinting items, or also bread, cookies, and oat cakes. Oat cakes being tied in ribbons and hung from trees. I don't know. Perhaps this is kind of, and it's actually in my Yule celebration is a day because of its connection to giving gifts to the land spirits, giving gifts to the land, and especially to the animals that are out at this time trying to forage for food. So a lot of times I think the decorations outside had a lot of veneration towards the land spirits. And whatever that might be. I know that in Iceland, like the Herul folk are a big thing towards the latter half of Yule. So much so that they still talked about, like, if you saw a full moon that would happen either on, like, I've heard Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, or New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, or the day of New Year's, but at night on a full moon, you could see the Herul folks' torches up on the mountains or up on the cliff sides. And I think that there's a deep correlation to Yule and its practice in relation to giving gifts outside. So specifically, so much so that there is a day in the Yule celebration that is dedicated to that. And that's how you celebrate it, is by going out and doing gift giving upon trees, bushes, and hedgerows outside. And but as far as the Yule Stang goes, I'm assuming that's Norwegian because of the A with the singular circle there. I know that it's survived a lot of times in Germany too. They obviously they have the Yule lector, but they would also have the tree that was a small tree placed on a table, decorated with candles or little cakes or ribbons and things of that nature. And so, I mean, the specifics of it being outside is definitely, I would say, more cultural. Again, Iceland doesn't really have that because the trees in Iceland are, well, I mean, they're bigger now, but in the olden days, it wasn't always that. There were shrubs basically because of the wind. So I think it correlates heavily on the areas you're in. And I know that the trees that would be decorated the most were the ones near graveyards. So that's another thing. Again, ancestor worship and land spirit veneration as well.
All right. Have you guys, okay, we already answered that one. Is there a connection between Santa Claus and Odin? You know, there was a phase in modern Asatru where that was a really common and almost like asking the question was like a event within itself of trying to make that equation or arguing about, no, it's Odin, no, it's Thor. And I think all of that is silly to one degree or another. The idea of a, Father Yule going out and bestowing blessings on people who behave right is a nice thing. I think that's cool. I don't think that that's the domain of one of our high gods. I don't think that really passes muster in that regard. I mean, again, I said Father Yule. The Yule Father is one of Odin's by names. I get that. But, I don't... My understanding of the All-Father is not of the sort that creeps down your chimney and eats your cookies, and that's just not... That does not match up in my experience, and I think that's... When we always need to find an answer, that's the easy answer. I think it's much more rooted in folklore of a spirit of a less exalted in godhood origin. But that's just my thought on it. Svan, what are your thoughts about that?
Well, and I think the biggest one is the titling of Yulnir and the Yule Father in poetics and in the courts of the king, as opposed to perhaps just a common homestead, thinking that Odin's going to drop by or sneak into the house and things like that. I think that that may have been a later thing, and it may have had great purpose in getting people to come back to the gods in the last couple decades. But for me, from Winter Finding, when Ullr is honored for hunting, there's another part of that story that the Yule Father is taking flight in the wild hunt, and that he doesn't return until Odin's night or Woden's night during Yule. And so the term Yulnir or Yule Father is that, one, he comes back to his throne in the middle of Yule, and he has done his ride, but that it's done with a more or less he's out there riding in the wind and is a just larger than life powerful force of his travelings as the head of the wild hunt, the Triton of the riding horses. And so I've always kind of veered away from that. I know that some people really have a kinship towards Thor, and Thor definitely does kind of fill in that whole, with Thialfi and Roskva and the idea of with the kids. And I guess they jumped to that conclusion with the Yule Bok and with Thor's goats. And I don't know if that has a lot of real, actual, tangible correlation, because just like the mushroom comment before, some people have said, well, with the red hats, that's because Thor has got a red beard and red is his color. And so I think they're connecting things, and they're doing it with the intent of trying to bring it back. Sometimes it's about kind of pulling it away from Christianity or what have you, but ultimately it ended up bringing a lot of the focus around Yule being not truly a Christian holiday. And that I understand, but the intent of it is there. I've always saw the connections between the fire, the chimney, the charcoal or the coal, and all of these things as being more connected towards a Tomta, a Nisi, a house elf, a Yule elf, a spirit that represents a connection between either the giving and gifting between each other or between the ancestors and the living family. So that's where I've always taken it.
Have you listened to Dan Carlin's Twilight of the Aesir 1 and 2? I have not. I've never heard of that. I'm not really sure what we're referencing. Svan, are you familiar?
I'm familiar with it. I have not stopped to listen to it. So I'm not 100% sure. What I got from it was that it was speaking about the conversion or Nordic times and Yule versus Christianity or something of that nature. But I have not stopped to listen to it. Trust me, I will. But no, I haven't.
All right. Next, isn't Sol Invictus the pagan tie to Christianity? Not the. It is certainly. And I don't know what the right word for people in the field. I don't know what they call this, but the I'm going to say post-Olympian Roman religion, there's a lot of these kind of things along with the cult of Mithra and other things that share points of commonality, that there's a very compelling case to be made that Christianity is borrowed heavily from, in the nicest way to express it. That's certainly a gateway drug to Jesus. But it's not the only one. It's not like that is the answer, but that is certainly one of them that made the transition between paganism and Christianity in the empire more palatable, or put it in a context that they could get behind a little bit more. Svan, do you have any more to add specifically on the Indomitable Sun cult?
Yeah, I think that we see this too in Egypt with the Ra worship and the empires. I don't know if it's a correlation back to, or perhaps a influence, like you said, with the Mithras cult, but I definitely think it's the connection to Christianity becoming Aryan, because Christianity is clearly a subsect of Judaism, but as it enveloped into Europe, it got painted with many Aryan traits, one of them being solar connections through the Romans, the Trinity and the tripartite. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that Christianity didn't always have the Trinity. They fought a war over it, and it was because the tripartite is so important in every Aryan branch of faith that the sky is dominated by the three thrones, if you will. So yeah, I think it's one of its connections to where it kind of draped on a heavy amount of Arianism onto itself, whether it was done on purpose or just through synchronization. Clearly the paters of Mithra temple and the fathers of the churches or the papacies, there's a lot of correlation. It was all happening around at that time. But I would also say that the Romans themselves did that. They brought that cult into practice because it refocuses the power of the culture that I think was probably being lost. A lot of it was being washed out or brought in with foreign influences. So a lot of times the singularity is brought into cult practice in order to re-harden up a lot of the perhaps in reaction to these things. And that's just a speculation on my part. I'm not going to say it 100%, but I feel like this kind of also happened with the Egyptians. And Christianity was coming up as a rise when this was happening, and those things obviously through Constantine and all of that all synchronized together, and shifting from the Sabbath day that the subsect Judaic Christians shifted over to the day of the sun. I mean, that's all right in that area.
All right, so we'll do one more. All right, one more question before we get to the next day. Do you guys stay inside home during the night of Yule to avoid the, I've never heard of this term before, the Asgard Surya and the spirits of Yule like the Jólabakkar, or do you risk it being outside using fire? So the closest I can relate to what you're saying is ideas about the wild hunt. So sorta. No, I'm not so superstitious that I like stay inside and like am genuinely fearful of going outside, but I do try to acknowledge, and often on just because it's culturally significant at the time, I will leave out offerings for that the wild hunt would pass me by, that maybe an apple or some carrots or something for the horses, for specifically for Sleipnir. I've done that, especially in places that have been a bit more wintry than I'm currently experiencing. I'm certainly during Yule, and I don't even know if this makes sense. And quite honestly, it's hard because so much of Yule tradition to me is triggered by snow. If there's not standing snow on the ground, it's hard for me to really internalize some of these things. But I remember when I was in Alaska celebrating Yule, when I was outside during Yule, it's like I was much more aware of my surroundings. My head was on a swivel. I was aware. I was keenly aware of the creak of the trees or the wind and those things. I don't have the same level of superstition as some of our ancestors. I don't genuinely fear for myself being out on those winter nights, but I am aware, and they feel the presence of the unseen. That sounds odd, and I don't know a more succinct, more tangible way of putting it, because the feeling itself isn't tangible. It's just kind of, you get the chicken skin or you get the hairs on the back of your neck standing up, kind of a spookiness, but I don't really feel it in a dangerous sense, more in just a heightened awareness way. What about you, Svan?
Not particularly. I again, kind of like what you had said, just the awareness of it culturally. I always heavily focus on the wild hunt. To me, Yulnir, the Yule Father, when he's riding in the wind, there is that air of that he's going out. I've never seen the wild hunt as some sort of torrential darkness of the Einherjar, because I've always seen them as glorious, heroic, shining examples of heroism. Instead, I've always taken the wild hunt to be much more that Lord Odin is out in that night wind, and he's gathering up the lost at the crossroads, the people that never quite made their trek or have been out. So there's a kind of a spookiness to it, and I believe I have seen the wild hunt at one point with Witan Erikson was with me at the time, but the idea is that an ill wind could come about if you're out late at night when you shouldn't be. You should be at home. You should be at your house. You should be with your family. And if you find yourself out there in those crossroad lost places far off, there could be a kind of sense of foreboding and mysteriousness of this time until Lord Woden comes back to home, comes back to his throne on his night. I've always kind of had that, but it was never like, don't go outside at night, don't light fires. It wasn't necessarily always like that. It was just kind of an air of mystery and caution.
And I think some of that is a tradition that's a holdover in the Christianization time, where we're supposed to be fearful of the gods as evil spirits that are spooky and out, walking the wasteland wishing to do us harm. No part of me feels that foreboding, but it's one of those how you interact with strange occurrences that happen during that time. I remember one time we were celebrating Yule at the Hoff, and some rando, long beard, hoary looking guy shows up at the door and wonders, asks what we're up to and claims to be Asatru of some sort. Oftentimes we'd have more scrutiny, but it was auspicious. So we welcomed the guy in and we gave him something to eat and gave him something to drink. And he kind of, made his way and disappeared. And we never heard from him again. And I'm not making an overt claim that he's like the avatar of the Allfather, but it's one of those occurrences that you're just really aware of things like that happening during that time. I'd say that's probably the closest situation. So I am less professional at this than Svan is, as far as my filling space when somebody disappears. I don't know if we dropped connections or if somebody had to make a bathroom break. Been on here for 3.5 hours, so I don't fault him either way. There he is.
I had to go to the restroom.
Okay, cool. That was quick. So quick he became disheveled. All right. So that brings us to day 6, or what's commonly known as Christmas Day. Svan, what is day 6 of?
This is Tears Day. So there you can see on the 25th there the purple circle with the sword. Tears Day is generally the way it's always been in practice at my home is that we'll go over to our non-Asatru family houses to celebrate. Sometimes grandma will have things for the kids, and sometimes it's been everything from like the Dirty Santa and the White Elephant, or I don't know what they call it. It was never I didn't understand this until my wife's family, like they do this, and I think it kind of again is the joking gifts that hole over, like just like when we mentioned about Saturnalia and things like that, and it's fun. It was new to me, and it was kind of an interesting game of gift giving, and where you like mockingly steal from other people, and then there's bartering and trading, and people are laughing and joking. And I think that's more for the adults. The kids just get happy gifts, and we eat over there, or I'll help out if we're something in the yard, or helping grandpa get stuff done, and just doing things like that, and then come home at night. And it is really, for me, a bloat in honor of sacrifice and duty. And this is the day that I light a candle to justice and to the idea of what that sacred duty means to nation and to your folk, and what you have to give up sometimes in order to protect your family and your folks. So it's a somber day, and I call these next 3 days as the Warriors 3. So we start off with Mother's Night as the intro, and then you have the planetary, or you have the sun and the earth and the moon, and then you have Ancestors Night, and thus it switches over into the Warriors 3, and that mainly being Tyr, the Einherjar, and Odin, and so this day starts about great sacrifices. Sometimes I hold honor and bloat to friends that have sacrificed in military endeavors and things like that. It's a night sometimes that I remember them, but it's also in honor predominantly to Lord Tyr and his sacrifice to stave the wolf, to bind the wolf. And so it's a somber night in dedication to that. So usually a bloat to Lord Tyr. Poems and gifts are usually given in the forms of libation. Sometimes I'll buy a glove and draw runes on it and then light it on fire as a remembrance of sacrifice. And then quietly, close out the night and start the Warriors 3.
Well, it started out with the White Elephant gift exchange, and then Svan got all somber. So, ironically, really strangely put in there, the McNallans focus today on moderation. This is a time that we're celebrating, but the idea is maybe to focus on throughout the course of the year in what ways you can moderate extreme aberrant behaviors and bring them back towards center. And I think that's, again, certain of us are more prone to that than others. And I think very often a certain amount of moderation comes with age, with wisdom and experience. But maybe some of our people that are, edgelordy about some stuff can bring it in a little bit and be a little bit less less extreme on things that aren't important. And by all means, be an extremist on things that are a firm line in the sand. But there's a whole lot of other things that we can moderate in our behavior, in overreactions to certain things. Check and recenter yourself and reevaluate, is your behavior in regards to things appropriate, or is it pushed to a level that might not be appropriate? I think that's a valid thing to pay attention to throughout the year. One of the things Svan mentioned, I've never heard Dirty Santa. That sounds odd, or White Elephant or whatever. But the funny, comical, silly gift exchange things, I often do something that involves a chocolatey Santa figure. There's a character, if you look it up, that it's got dreadlocks and Rasta stuff. That's like the Kwanzaa Santa variant. So sometimes my gifts and those kind of things may involve that. I had a chocolatey Santa that was literally a chocolatey Santa one time, and it was kind of the thing that I passed back and forth during these scenarios, especially when you have a steal or whatever. I was doing it pretty regularly, and it was a thing. And I don't know, Mandy got the munchies or something, and so she decided that she would unwrap and eat the chocolate Santa, and it kind of messed up my tradition I was doing. So, so that's again, not a suggested way to celebrate the holidays, just a whimsical acknowledgement of something that I've been involved in during those kind of things. And seriously, folks, it's really important to have a time for very serious reverence, but it's also a time of joy and celebration and having fun. And everything you do doesn't have to be the most profoundly deep, pious thing that you do. You can celebrate, you can have a good time. Our gods often when we get particularly spiritual, we find ourselves getting grim. It's important to worship our gods with joy as well. And it doesn't mean treating very serious things not seriously, but we mistakenly, and I think people do this in particular with Odin. I mentioned one time during a bloat, and this kind of blew people's mind because they'd never considered it. I don't know if I expressed during the bloat that I hope that our actions, that our deeds would make the Allfather, would make Odin smile. And some people who were in the circle with me, they weren't like offended by it, but they never considered Odin smiling. They always pictured him as being grim. And I mean, certainly some of his Haiti would lend themselves to that. But I genuinely want to celebrate during this time of year with our gods. I want them to be happy, and I want to share that joy with them, with my folk, and with my family. And so we can get very, very serious a lot of the time. There is absolutely a time to be lighthearted and have fun and celebrate and to smile and to share warmth. And I think that sometimes when people get involved in Asatru, especially young men, they have a tendency, and it comes from all the right reasons and all the right places, to be always very martial, always very serious, perhaps grim. There is a time and a place, and I love you guys for it. We need that sometimes. But we also need that celebration and hugging and playing with the babies and having fun. And it's important to balance that. And so brings me back, I think that is a time for moderation. You know, yes, you're serious. Yes, you are an Aryan warrior, but are you also a glad man? Are you also someone who expresses joy? It's also worth remembering that, you know, one of Odin's places of residence is Gladsheim, the home of joy. With that, we got some questions we can do. Sarah asks, is the Yule Elf a Tomta? Svan?
I made reference to that. I think that the word Tomta, or the word Nisi, or the word Alvar, or the word Hurulfolk are all collaborative to each other. So yes, I mean, and if you have Nordic, like Norwegian and Swedish descendancy, and you want to incorporate the Yule Elf into your Yule tradition, absolutely, you could call him the Yule Tomta, the Yule Nisi, 100%. I generally, when I tell my kids, is that every family has a Yule Elf that's connected to their ancestors. Some of them, the tradition goes back long, so the Yule Elf has a tendency to look old, and sometimes when he's new, or they just now called him with the Yule log and just recently got him, he shows up young. And the reason why I did that is, and these pillows are old, but this is a picture from Arthur Rackham. He did many of the pictures of Freya and the Valkyries, but he did this very stylized Yule elf riding on a very large Yule Bach. I also got this pillow here. These all come out around this time of year. And it's, whether he's a little with a beard, and I don't really go into, I understand that Christianization kind of minusculed the Alvar, made the beings tiny, but at the same time, like, I'm not so hard bent on the ideas like, no, he wasn't, that's a Christian thing or that, or what have you. Oftentimes he's just represented as a jolly, happy, elf that wants to see the kids be generous and hospitable and give gifts to each other and to their family.
So Ali asks, Witan Svan.
That happens a lot when you do talk to text. I get that all the time.
Witan Svan. Would using matches to light a sacred fire be a decent forward-facing way to continue the friction fire tradition, but adapt to modern life? Let's say you Witan Svan.
I would say lighting the fire first and foremost is important. This is the most important thing. We can get caught up in a lot of that. The joke is like the struggle for friction fire, whether it's like using a bow drill. If anybody's into survival stuff and primitive camping and minimalist camping, starting a fire with friction is ridiculously hard and takes a lot of skill and practice. I have found too, doing it with the cotton is difficult too sometimes, especially if the cotton gets wet or if the boards aren't set right. Matches, yeah, again, it's a friction fire, but I think it's more important we consider lighting the fire, and however you do it would be more about building that sacredness and intent in your own way. If you had special matches, or perhaps they were, ones with significance, perhaps they were sold by someone that in your community, or they have some sort of significance. I know people that make their own matches too, for survival situations and things like that. I think that'd be really cool. But yes, I think it's legitimate, because the first and foremost is that you're relighting, or you're lighting the fire. That's the most important thing.
So I want to comment on this. I know I am not Witan Svan, but why? Why are you right? Why are you creating your fire through friction? Why is that important to you? And there's not a right or a wrong answer. If that process is important to you, fine. If it harkens back to you the struggle of our ancestors to appreciate the magic that fire is, fine. If it's about need and desperation, and if it's about your toil to make the fire, fine. If it's, I don't know, because it's old-timey and the purists say you're supposed to, not fine. That's stupid.
Yeah, that's not right.
So have a good reason. If that's what you want to do and your reason is legitimate behind it, absolutely. And this is going to sound flippant, and I don't mean it that way. I really don't. In a way, I find, and this is only speaking for me, you may have a very beautiful reason that you do things the way that you do. For me, I feel, and I really do feel this, it's insulting to my ancestors to do primitive stuff, because literally one of the most important characteristics of our folk is the advancement of technology, is our innovating and overcoming and having nice things. I say it jokingly at different times, but people that find value in doing something in a primitive way I feel like that insults the spirit of my ancestors that worked so hard so that I can have air conditioning and so that I can have a lighter, honestly. But again, that's the mindset I'm going into it with. And it's probably very different in your situation if you think that a friction fire or using a flint, if you think that's really important to you and you have a reason behind it, the intent is what matters. And we should never lose sight of that when we do anything ritually or otherwise, but especially ritually. Why are we doing what we're doing? What are we wanting to accomplish? What is the meaning? If you're doing something in the hardest, most laborious way possible as a form of offering or whatever, there may be very, very good reasons to do that. But just have a clear, don't do that because somebody told you you're supposed to. Have a clear understanding of why you're doing it. And this, again, not about what we're talking about, but a general truth that I think is really important. This is the same reason that when doing ritual, I don't like using archaic language unless I tell people beforehand what it means. I don't want anyone doing something ritually that they can't put their intent into, excuse me, wholeheartedly. So if there's a chant or if there's a piece of the ritual that you want to do in Old Norse or in German or in Swedish or whatever you do, it's very important to me to explain that to those who are participating so that they can fully invest in it. They have a reason and a very clear intent. I think intent is the key to ritual generally. And that intent is strongest when you know why you're doing what you're doing. Got time for at least one more question. Trying to do each of these days at the half-hour mark. So I read, this is the next question. I read there were 2 Svartapeats symbolic of Odin's ravens. Svan, thoughts? I, for one, have never heard of that. Have you, Svan?
No. I matter of fact, because I looked into it just because it became a kind of a thing between you and me, Matt, where I was very interested in learning of this tradition, and I understand the political climate that it was, is in and has been in, and people that are not from the Netherlands suddenly have a problem with it, or people that are living currently in the Netherlands that are not Netherlanders, that are not Dutch.
Not from the Low Country. I thoroughly enjoy it every year.
Well, and I looked into it, and one of the things I found interesting was that he wears a costume that is reminiscent of the Vatican Guard. And there's a lot of different reasons for that. I guess it's connected to the Catholic Church. And of course, Saint Nicholas or Santa Claus has, he's wearing like the bishop hat with the fish mouth kind of headdress, and it has a shepherd's crook, but it's stylized in Catholic manner. I've never heard of 2. I have seen multiple Svartapeats in their festivals where they'll have like 5, 6, 10, a whole parade of them. And again, causes a lot of, it whips up the ire of a lot of people who can't get their head around it. But never before have I saw a correlation between Svartapeat and Odin's ravens. And I wonder if that again is another move, kind of like how people have done with the Yule Bok and Thor's goats, or with Yolnir and Lord Odin of the Yule tide being like the Yule spirit or the Yule elf. I wonder if it's a connection, or perhaps people are trying to create points to, again, ping in our faith into a broader circle to pull people out of, Christian origin of the faith. But I've never heard of that ever.
All right. Do you like any Christmas music, or do you get annoyed hearing it everywhere? Svan?
Oh, this is a double-edged sword for me. If on one account, I understand that a lot of the carols, and in the West, especially in relation to it being a Christian holiday, a lot of the Christmas carols in relation to Christ and Christianity, I respect them having those songs. I don't think the date is right. I don't think it's it's clearly our holiday, but they have taken it and they've celebrated it and they have their Christmas songs. And I don't really, bite my thumb at it or anything of that nature. And I know that a lot of songs that were created in America and in the West recently were written and produced and like sold out by people who don't even celebrate Christmas in the West. They're probably of a different religion, and they pushed out a lot of these things.
There's no Hanukkah songs besides Adam Sandler's.
Yeah, so the one thing I will say is occasionally in those songs they will harken back, and I think that certain people that have problems with Christianity will also try to remind them that their holiday has an older origin. And I don't know if they necessarily do that more as a thumb in the eye as opposed to veneration to the elder holiday, the indigenous faith of Europe. But occasionally you'll find a glean, what is it? Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas has a couple of remarks in there about the days of yore and the Yule tide and, boughs of holly and about fate and about kind of not saying the Nornir, or the Norns, but kind of lending towards the idea that this is a turning time of fate and destiny and all of that. But if you go and look for Yuletide stuff, you'll end up kind of finding a lot of crystal store pagan cat lady Wiccan stuff.
It's the cat lady stuff, or it's Cookie Monster metal, or there's this thing that's popped up in my reels lately that's like ridiculous, like hot chicks in ridiculous pretend Viking shoulder pelt makeup stuff, but singing like 1700s pirate songs. Like, it's really strange, and I don't understand the genre, and I don't know why it's popping up. It's cool. I don't know why they look like that. That's not authentic, and it's kind of obnoxious, but they like chant like awesome pirate sea shanties. Yeah. I don't know why it's a thing. You know what? I am envious. Christians, you guys got us beat on that. You guys are awesome. I hope that we can get there with our music. I don't like silly Christmas songs. They very much annoy me. And it doesn't mean modern, but like goofy Christmas songs. Matt's not a fan of the comedy unless it is spontaneous comedy. I do not like staged and planned comedy. It offends me. Those things annoy me. The Paul McCartney Christmas song really irritates me. I hate that one. Busy having wonderful Christmas time. No, that irritates me and makes me very upset. The George Michael Christmas song really irritates me a lot too. I don't like that. And that's thrust upon me, pun intended, around Christmas, and I don't like it. But the most of the like crooner stuff I love. I think it harkens back to a time where our people were in a much more noble state. And I like that a lot. It's very pleasant. The stuff that I like the most that gets stuck in my head and I always kick myself about is the very overtly religious ones. "O Come All Ye Faithful" is awesome. It is an amazing song. It bothers me if I catch myself singing it to myself because I ought not be singing that song. But yeah, the really overtly religious ones are very, very well done. They stick in your head, they embed in your soul, and they stay with you. I really look forward to the day that we have some of those of our own. But no, I don't begrudge those. I acknowledge their win, and I appreciate that, and I wish that we had some.
I will say one thing. I want to pull a kind of old school Asatru, I don't know, like again, skaldic and poetry and song. Back in the 90s, there was a website, or late 90s, I think is when it really came into being. And there was it's called Odin's Gift. It is a website that has MP3 tracks. So, sometimes just little snippets but there's whole lists of songs. Some of them were like English mummer songs that were updated with, or perhaps more focused around Yule as opposed to Christmas. There's a lot of ones done by people that were in Asatru circles back then. I don't even know where they are now or what have you, or even if they're still alive. But there were some really interesting songs on that website that I would always recommend, worth taking a look at. Some of them were pretty interesting.
So it's interesting that you mentioned that. One thing that I've seen in Asatru is let's take Christmas songs and rework them with Asatru themes. If that's something that you enjoy doing, more power to you. I find it really cringy and I don't like that. It is not heretical. It is not wrong. I'm not denouncing it from the All's Hair Your Gothic Throne. I'm just saying it makes me uncomfortable. I find it cringy and I can't really get behind it or take it seriously.
There's a ton of original work on there though, too, as well.
And that really is an expansive site if it's the one I'm thinking about. And I haven't looked at that in years.
If you pull it up, it's still kind of old website looking. Yeah. And when you click on the MP3 track, it takes you to a separate thing and it just runs the little MP3. Odins-gift.com.
Old school. All right. So Svan, take us to Boxing Day, or the 7th day. What is it? 7th day of Yule?
Yes, it is. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th
yes.
day of Yule.
All right.
So we're on the 26th, and this is the second day of what I would call the Warriors 3. After Tears Bloat the previous night, this night I often dedicate it Einherjar's night. It is, again, the micro to macro. It's that a lot of the Yule celebrations are celebrations to the gods and holidays from the year that has just passed. And on this night, I generally hold a dinner in dedication to heroes that have exemplified truly like indomitable spirit. The idea that they have attained a level, and that comes about through oftentimes like Medal of Honor recipients. I'll honor that night. I'll tell my children about the stories or the events of men who have sacrificed their lives or faced just harrowing odds and either came out victorious or at least victorious but may have fallen. And I re-emphasize heroism. I want my sons to really take to understanding that there are heroes and that they could be heroes too. If the time is in fate and destiny, that they should meet it laughing, shining, and attempting to attain that same spirit. So this night becomes kind of an in memoriam night of the men who have sacrificed, hearkening again back to Tyr, but the ones who have ascended, hearkening again to the next night, which is Odin's night, and being chosen by the Valfather. So the Einherjar and the Valkyrie and Valhall have a tendency to really be played out on Einherjar's night, and it's also what we kind of, in my house, we call it the night that all of Valhall is preparing for the return of Yulnir, of the Yule Father, as he's coming back from the wild hunt. So heaven is celebrating, and so are we.
All right. So on this night, it's the McNallen theme for it is community. And again, it's one of those things that's self-evident during the Yule season of it's sad if someone's all alone during the holidays, especially during Yule. I worked in the bar industry for a time, and it's really sad when you'd have when people come in and celebrate with a bunch of their friends that are in town for the holidays. That's awesome. You'd have a lot of folks coming in by themselves trying to drink away their sorrows because they don't have anybody. It's a good time to think about how you engage in community throughout the year. You look around in your neighborhood, maybe you're in a better situation, but so many of us, we don't know our neighbors. We are isolated in communities because communities aren't set up these days with people around people with commonality. We are told that we're enriched by all the diversity, but in effect, it's atomized everybody to individuals, and there's not community cohesion like there once was. And maybe you're in a place where that's not the case, and if so, I envy you. It's one of the big things I'm trying to build and make happen with Sigerheim is to build a community of our folk who are bonded together by shared things, not by all of the enriching ways that we're different, but all of the things that we all share and hold dear together. And I mean this with all my heart. The AFA is the best way to do that I've seen in my life. To get together with people that share things in common with you, the important things, and to be a part of that community and to gain strength from one another. If you are weak, are you part of a community that can help you be stronger? If you're strong, are you part of a community to where you can help bring other people up and strengthen them? Community is so fundamental to everything we do, and it's a really important thing to focus on, and I think it's very valuable at this time of year especially. Our next question is, what is your thought on glog? Or it's the O with some little dots over top of it. Again, don't speak that. Don't know what noise it makes. I'm going to call it glog. It may make a different vowel sound. So I looked it up when I saw this question first. It says that it's made with like aquavit and it's a Scandinavian thing. I am very familiar with Glühwein, and I love Glühwein. I love mulled wine, and especially with like schnapps and stuff. Glühwein is awesome in any of its variants. Always been a fan. Love that this time of year. Or I say this time of year like we're in full swing. We're still in November, so I'm ahead of myself. But we're having the Yule episode. I got the sweater on. Forgive me. Never had the glog though with the aquavit, so I'm not sure how it's different or what different flavors are in it. But I would love to try it because it's right up my alley. Always been a fan of that. And anybody who's bought Chaucer's always comes. The meat always comes with this little mulling packet, and that's awesome. If you've never used it, you're cheating yourself. Mulled meat is amazing. Mulled wine certainly is awesome. Never had the glog, and I'm kind of was looking up recipes because I think I'm gonna have to do that this year. What about you, Svan?
I've never had glog, but it is very much the festive time of year to drink. It's like glühwein, it's like wassail, it's the molds and warm wine. I've never had that recipe, and I would like to try it. I think it'd be kind of nice. I generally, when I used to drink, I would drink glühwein during Thor's night because we would be pitching the yeast for mead, and so a lot of times, imbibing on like a port wine or a lighter wine while celebrating that night. But no, never had glog.
Next question. All's Harry Gothy. I am late, but can we see your ugly sweater? Guessing it's pushing weight. Whoa. Nothing ugly about this sweater. It is a festive sweater, perhaps. So it is a swole Santa. It's got dumbbells on it and gym shoes, and he is delivering a bag of gains.
The muscle definition. It is there.
Santa's cut. He's on them diuretics.
I think to the ugly sweater.
He is less jolly. His belly does not rumble like a bowl full of jelly.
Well, and I think the ugly sweater, that's kind of a thing that's come about too. I've noticed over the last 10 years or so. In
truth, I literally bought it for an ugly sweater wine walk years ago. Themed wine walks are a thing out here, and they're awesome. All right, gentlemen, can we talk about Yule Ector or Term Lector, aka Yule Lantern? Never heard the second term you used and its importance to Yule celebrations. Thank you. Svan, do you know about the deep history of the Yule Ector?
Yeah, the Yule Ector is specifically in connection to German celebration of Yule. Or Christmas, even to the point where it's survived in Christian times and is a centerpiece of lighting both on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, and at either a special table or at the dining table. And the tradition goes very far back, especially the four-sided clay with the hexagram or stars on it, so that either sometimes the candle is on top, sometimes it's the lantern, like was said, where it's inside the.
Sometimes it's both.
Right, and so, yeah, sometimes both. And I think for some folks, I have a special one from Iceland that I use, but I use it very much like a Yule Lector. I just don't want to. I'm not German, but I use something very similar in very much the same fashion. And when I light my candles to meditate on the virtues, sometimes what I will do is I'll light each candle as we're going for the 12 days. I will have the special candle lit from the Yule flame, and then from that candle I'll light the lights as I meditate on the virtues. So it's like incorporated in as part of my lighting ceremonies throughout Yule. But I think that's something that you'll find in different houses. Different things are done. Some people incorporate them, some people don't. Some people kind of incorporate them in the Yule light like they'll have the Yule lector, but the problem with it is that, again, most of the time it's an open flame, open candle, so it burns very quickly, or it's susceptible to, at least like if you have a draft, if you keep it in near your fireplace, it might burn down quickly. So I use it kind of to light, and then I also extinguish, because I keep that one candle running the entire time, but I use that to light it.
Yeah, I'm familiar. The thing I know about it is I don't have one, and I wish that I did. Yeah, that's the best I've got on it. They're awesome. They're a, old German tradition. I wish I had one. I think they're really cool. I've seen them with the stars. I've seen them with the heart motif on them as well. Yeah, they're neat. I've seen them, I know people who have made them themselves out of clay, but I'm not really sure where you go to get them. But yeah, they're great.
Etsy.
Well, and it's part of it's part of that lighting tradition that we've talked about throughout. Speaking of mushrooms, Svan, I read books that correlate the Amanita to the Mjolnir. What is your take on this?
Okay, so I do know one thing. There was somebody that I can't remember who brought it up, but the drying process of the Aminata, hanging upside down from stem and having the head dry out, as being some sort of correlation to the Mjolnir. I mean, rowan berries are clearly associated with the Stormfather. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think there's any absolute, because I know that in preparation, the caps are not usually cut. So it's not like a portobello that you would cook where it has a stem and then the edges. Generally, it's dried and the stems are either mashed up or used elsewhere, and the caps are kept separately. As far as in relation to Mjolnir, I've heard somewhere on the internet that this was a thing, but not necessarily anywhere else.
So I'll harken back to my answer about Varg and the placenta. You can like mushrooms and think they're really cool and enjoy visiting the mushroom kingdom if you like. Don't endorse that if it's not legal in the place that you reside. But that being said, you can enjoy those things without finding connection to them in everything. And it's one of those things, our brain likes patterns, and we like to recognize patterns. If you're a smart person and you're a creative person, you can backfill anything you want to see some sort of commonality and a correlation. And this isn't just about that. This happens a lot in our circles, is a lack of skepticism about perceived commonalities. I think you got to look a little bit deeper. I don't think there's evidence to support a lot of these things. Doesn't mean they're impossible, but it's a pretty substantial leap a lot of the time. But again, the question was directed at Svan. So yeah. Do you have more thoughts on that? I heard a sigh.
Well, the only thing I was going to say is, in my experience, I know that the red may have had some associations, but I know that in the drying process, it turns like a tallow orange or yellow, yellowing. So I don't know if that would really have any significance. Again, the drying process and hanging it upside down, and it loses its color or what have you. Yeah.
And no part of me is denying a ritual use of psychedelics historically. I'm not downplaying that at all, but I think that it overly simplifies when we start trying to connect everything to it. And I say it I say it comically, but the point stands in a very serious way. It's like Varg does with the placenta. When you get one theme and you make it very important to your analysis of stuff, it's very easy to apply in areas where it's not appropriate to apply to. If you're focused heavily on something, you will start seeing it everywhere because you've conditioned your brain to only see what you're looking to see. So you have a certain confirmation bias. And that's what I'd guard against on things like that. Like, yes, absolutely, there's use of psychedelics in European paganism historically. Absolutely. Don't fault that at all. But just because there is sometimes doesn't mean that everything has to go back to that as a root. Have either of you ever tried lutefisk? It's a very divided subject in my family. It was my grandfather's favorite Yule meal, and we ate it every year growing up. I have not, but I would really like to. I've tried the rotten shark of Svan's people, but I've never tried the lutefisk. And I'm really curious. I saw somebody over in the chat talking about pickled herring. I really like things that are pickled. I would love to try pickled herring. That sounds really good. Lutefisk, I don't know. You are the first person I've heard to speak positively of it, but I'd really like to give it a shot. What about you, Svan?
Yeah, I've had it. The way it was prepared, it didn't taste bad. Of course, I have a palate that might be a little bit more used to that. Again, pickled herring is a very common with sweet wine sauce and onions that it's like pickled, and it tastes sugary. It has sugar in it, and the herring is very dense and small little cubes, or like not cubes, but little pallets. And my mother would actually eat that as a salad topping. She would put it on greens and then just put a couple of the herring down and then drizzle some of the wine sauce on to the leaves, and with beets and other things like root vegetables. And it was really good. I mean, it is good. But the when I had it, I've heard about like it being in cans, and I don't know if this was made from canned, because it was on a plate, and it was with, I had it with potatoes, and it tasted fine to me. But I've heard horror stories, and I don't know if it's like, again, some people will say like, oh, I can't stomach the smell of like this Nordic food with all the fish and stuff, but like I'll smell it and it's like, oh, that's not that bad. It just smells like fish.
It's in your blood, Svan. What was that dish that grandma made for your grandpa?
Skate.
There you go.
That's made the whole house smell like boiled parsnips, and in a not good way. but you put it in your mouth and it melts like butter, and it tastes amazing.
So, not related. We'll get to this actually on our next episode. But what are your thoughts on the rotten shark?
Yeah, how Carl is
for people.
Well, how Carl has kind of now become a thing that is the method of way of smoking and burying and pressing the shark is super traditional, and it involves kind of, again, the sacrifices that our ancestors made to keep food and preserve it. And a lot of times you'll meet people in Iceland that they don't eat it, they don't like it, or something like that. And sometimes I've even heard it say like, oh, it's just a food that gives people an excuse to drink brennivin, because traditionally you drink brennivin, which tastes like pumpernickel bread. It's a
good.
Yeah, it's a liquor that. Yeah, they joke and say, oh, it's just a reason to kind of wash it down with brennivin.
You're a grown man. You can chug brennivin if you want.
Well, and they have
shark.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have it too with some breakfasts, like you have brennivin with oatmeal and toast with, again, like a salad of some sort of, pickled herrings and egg salad or something, and then you like drink and eat the breakfast. The only thing I don't like is the squishy kind of tofu denseness of it, and the smoky flavor. And it's not quite, it's fish, but it isn't fish. It's shark. So that is what it is. I'm not a fan.
Okay. So next question. One question I have: what is one fairly simple Yule tradition I can bring to the table this holiday season, as it will be a Christmas celebration that the family is celebrating? So I'm not that guy. Honestly, I'm trying to incorporate what Svan does to do more stuff for my own family. So Svan, what would you suggest is a tradition he could bring to his non-Asatru family this holiday season?
I would say carrying the light. Perhaps if you have the ability to light a Yule log in a fireplace, or if you don't and you need to do it outside, something as simple as getting your family, even if they're Christian, you get a Yule log, find a log. You could start the utilizing the bottom of the Yule tree or Christmas tree and do that next year. But say this year, you just get a log and start a fire outside in a fire pit. Maybe all the men folk go outside and light the fire, and then bring something to ignite, and bring it inside and light it inside like a candle. Like perhaps have your wife or the lady of the house hold a candle, and you walk up to the door and you light her candle with the Yule log flame, and then she brings it inside the house, and you have it lit just for dinner or just for that time as a remembrance of the Yule. The point is carrying the light with your loved ones, with your family through the darkness. Something I'm thinking simple and one night. If you were doing a meal on the 24th or you're doing a meal on the 25th and you wanted to do something, light a Yule log and then bring the flame and have it kind of present during the night. And that would be one thing I would say would kind of incorporate your faith in with your family's celebration of Christmas.
I think that's a really good idea. All right. Svan, tell us about day 8 in the Herul household.
Yeah, so this is Odin's night. Odin's night is fun. So I on the religious side, this is the return from the wild hunt. This is Odin's night to come back into Valhalla and back into Gladsheim, and it's a time of celebration. But what it has kind of become over the years is a night of auguries. If you look up European tradition of New Year's, because we're starting to shift towards the Gregorian New Year, and there's a lot of European traditions towards kind of augury, and whether it's for fun or whether, and this came about from the Victorian age and the spiritualism revival in the late 1800s. The idea of there's I forgot what it is exactly it's called. It's pewter reading, where they would, in German households, they would take pewter and they would melt it over a candle and then drip it into cold water and then read the shapes of the pewter. You could do this with wax as well. This night has a tendency to float around the idea that when Odin returns, he has either knowledge that he's attained or that now it's time for him to refocus on looking into the secrets of things. Like, again, the eye in the well of Mimir, the usage of runes. So sometimes divinatory practices are held, as this night is seen as a very auspicious night to get a glimpse into the things between things. So it could be something as simple as cartomancy or wax reading, and generally what that looks like is, you know, holding a bloat to the Allfather, and first and foremost, I generally, and this is just a personal thing for me, but I always put an apple outside and a small shot of schnapps, rumpelmints, or something of that nature outside on this night after bloat. So I bless the apple with my faith and my troth and my hopes of a grand return, and I cut the apple into 3 pieces, and I take the shot and I put it outside. Sometimes I put a little skein of like wheat as a symbol towards the wild hunt and the riders, or to Sleipnir. And I usually do that after I hail Odin during a bloat and have libation. Go outside, place that out, come back inside, and we do little things like sometimes, like for the little ones, we'll do like a game of match with the cards. Like put the cards out, flip them over, and try to do memory and do match. And then, you know, once the little ones kind of go, or maybe we'll drip wax into water because the pewter stuff is hard to get sometimes. And then when the kids finally go to bed, what I'll do is I'll cast rune tines to see or glean what's to come. And this is probably one of the only times I will throw rune tines unless it's an absolute necessity. I don't do it often because, again, sometimes knowing too much is not always, being overwise or knowing too much is not always good. And but for this, you know, I will do it for the year to come, the turning of Yule, to find out what's laying on the other side of the holiday. So it can be as fun or as I don't know, mystical or esoteric as you want it to be. It could be simply just a celebration of the return from the wild hunt of Odin, and it doesn't necessarily have to be divinatory in its nature, but it kind of became that way. And a lot of folks would, again, if you're not into the runes, if you're not, you know, someone who partakes in the knowledge of it. But it got to the point where even folks around would come and ask some questions. So it would end up being like maybe 3 readings that night, one for myself and maybe some for others, to try to glean some of these things. But runic divination is a nuanced thing. It's kind of an interest within the religion that doesn't always apply to everyone. And so I usually left that for late at night. And sometimes it was a night to go out on for a walk or stand outside and kind of, you know, contemplate. Where I'm at, it is cold, even though I live in the South. It's usually cold around this time of year, but it's not blistering cold or snowstorms or, you know, things like that. So, you know, a night out in the brisk air to kind of recenter my head on a lot of stuff, you know, and singing prayers to Lord Odin. It's a special night for me. And I have a lot of love for it. And so Odin's night and Thor's night have grown into things in which, like, say, for instance, people that I know might come and seek answers through runic knowledge. But that's not to say that if you were perhaps a veteran and Einherjar's night might be a thing, or Tyr's night might be something of a communal thing or a community thing. Every night has its own, but it just happened to be that Odin's night and Thor's night, particularly at my house, have always been very active nights, even though a majority of Yule after Mother's Night is really kind of small and insular. And Ancestors Night is clearly for the kids and to get a chance to talk about the ancestors. Odin's Night is kind of another one that kind of peaks up in the middle of it and gets fun. I really enjoy it. It's a fun time.
Yeah, that one sounds awesome. In Steve's scheme of the days, this one is for individuality. This is a very important one, I know, to our founder, Steve McNallen, the idea of building the self, having a very clear sense of who you are as an individual component of the greater whole being really important. So kind of a day to reflect inward and make sure that, our community, which was the previous day, is built on the strength of the individuals in that chain. Or as our ancestors would talk about, in your kin fence, perhaps, or in your shield wall. If you have a weak link, you have a hole, and your defense is lacking, your integrity is lacking. Are you holding up your end? Are you valuable to the folks in your community because of who you are and what you bring to the table? How can you be more so? What can you do to be a stronger piece of that kin fence, a stronger piece of the folk, and thus make our community stronger by your presence in it? And that really is the root of the word honor. We've made it this like internal, your personal code thing, but it was the value placed upon you by your community. You received an honor. You were honored by your community. It wasn't your personal sense of right and wrong. It was, did your peers find value in you? So have you made yourself someone to be, have you made your worth self-evident to your peers and to your community? If you have, how can you do more? If you haven't, how can you do that? And this is a good day to think on that in that scheme. So Githya Anna asks, does anyone ask where he got that sweater? Got it off of Amazon, as many of us get many of the things that we have. Pretty proud of it, pretty happy about it. Maybe worn it 4 or 5 times, but I've had it 4 or 5 years, so I call that good. And then the next question, what are your thoughts on wassail? I'll have to watch more of these in the future. Absolutely. Hope that you do. If you like them, share them, tell your friends. Wassail's awesome. Any of those spiced holiday drinks are amazing. So that's right up my alley. It's something I absolutely enjoy, especially if it involves cider like that. It makes it fruity and good and sweet and delicious naturally. I love that stuff. I said that earlier on the Glog comment. Do you have particular thoughts on wassail, Svan?
Yeah, I think people need to know that wassail and glog and glühwein, and again, these are all Germanic celebrations of an imbibement of a mulled, warm alcohol, not usually very strong, that's shared at that time. It's interesting though with the English particularly, because there's a whole culture around wassailing with wassailers, or the folks that go from house to house singing traditional folk songs and asking for drinks in return. So they come to the door, they sing songs, and then someone takes the wassail that they have and they fill up their cups and they drink and they're merry, and then they move to the next house. And
it's a drunk Halloween.
yeah. And it's cool. I mean, especially if you're the last house. Woo! You got to imagine.
No, honestly, in a lot of ways, it harkens back to this sweater. I got it for the wine walk. That's what you do. You go to each of these stations and you try the different wine or whatever. I think that's a really cool custom. I wish that was still something folks did. Every now and again, you'll find yourself in a spot where you've got a group of people that do caroling that'll go around and sing carols in front of folks' houses. I've seen that happen places. They have never appeared at my door to serenade me with any holiday carols, but I have seen that happen. And I know that there's some groups that do that.
There's an old picture of Father Christmas. If people look it up, Father Christmas from England, and he's kind of a tricky old elf sitting on top of a goat, and he's carrying a giant jug, and it says right on, or a giant bowl, and it says right on there, wassail. And that's one of my favorite kind of pictures, kind of hearkening, and that time in the Victorian era, and it really kind of shows. It's a little twinkle, a little nod towards the olden ways. I think the Yule Elf kind of, given that wink. I got the wassail, and I got the holly wreath, and I've got the Yule Bach, and I'll be back when you guys are ready.
All right, so Swan, tell us about day 9.
So, with Lord Odin taking stead, this kind of comes about from Saxo Grammaticus's account, in which he says that Ullr takes the throne and that Lord Odin leaves. In the story of the Euhemerized version, it could be however you take it, but it kind of comes from that. That's where the inspiration from that was. So when Lord Odin takes over heaven, Ullr, or the hunting season, Ullr steps down and the hunting season ends. This kind of, again, coincides completely with hunting season, especially in my area. It ends it a little earlier. I know that in my area, I think the hunting season ends technically in the very early days of January. But from winter finding to Ullr's night during Yule is the hunting season. So by this time, it is a time to, first off, give honor to Ullr, the Lord of the Hunt, and generally any venison or duck or any sort of animals, or even I would say, frozen pieces that you might be trying to move out because the new season brought new stuff in. This is the night that it's cooked. This is the night that, you'll find fowl and wild game and, exotic meats are kind of eaten on this night. And another big thing is, so you're holding a bloat and you hold dinner. If you have hunting equipment or what have you, either during the day or after bloat and after dinner, when the kids go to bed, cleaning the weapons. I utilize this day. I do it during the day, and I usually will get my son with me, and I'll get the youngest one later when he's a little older, but and show him how to clean weapons, show him how to clean a rifle, how to clean the pistols, and reiterate safety, reiterate responsibility, reiterate again our sacred duty to our self-defense and to being, moral and prudent people. And so, with that responsibility, I will go through everything from firearms safety to cleaning and understanding, even, munitions and ballistics, and utilize it as a day to really show the boys how to, protect themselves or understand and get a healthy respect. Sometimes I'll go to the range. A lot of times during this time of year, the ranges are not very busy. So I kind of look at it as a day to go and support local shooting range, or maybe just do some plinking with a 22 and then go and clean it with my son and show him that you got to, maintain your weapons. But Ullr's Night is kind of the ending of a cycle. And so oftentimes I'll, late at night when everyone's gone to bed, maybe perhaps sit down, take apart a weapon, clean it, and really put things back together and really think about the responsibility and the duty and the honor of being able to use and maintain and clean a weapon for, food and for self-defense. So Ullr's Night can be, I've always made it more educational. It wasn't necessarily a community night. Not a lot of folks come over on that night at my house, but that's just because it's more about what we have there and passing on that knowledge to my sons.
So in Steve's Days of Yule, this is the day that we celebrate truth. So that manifests in our lives throughout the year in a lot of different ways. Certainly in our honesty in dealing with each other, absolutely. But one really important way that's easy to lose sight of or to not be aware of unless you constantly have a check-in is, are you honest with yourself? When taking stock of things, perhaps of any of these days, this is one of the more introspective ones on are you honest with yourself on your self-assessment? Are you honest with yourself on your strengths, on your weaknesses, on things you could have done better or different, or honestly on things that you know damn well you did right and other people didn't like? The honest self-reflection is really important. One of the best things I ever picked up out of 9 Doors of Midgard, which is a really, really good book, by the way. When I've had clergy students, I've always asked them to keep a journal, and this is completely taken from there. Dr. Flowers recommends in there that you keep this journal of, basically good things about yourself and bad things about yourself that you want to improve on, and check back in with that periodically to see what progress you've made. It's a very good time to do that. I still have the one I made like 7 years ago now or something, and to look back on and see what areas I've improved on, what areas maybe I haven't improved on, perceived strengths then versus perceived strengths now. That frequent check-in with where you are versus where you were and in relation to where you want to be is only effective if it's honest. But being truthful with ourselves, and when we hear this, it's easy to only hear like be brutally honest about your flaws. Do that, absolutely do that. But be brutally honest about your strengths too. Having an honest assessment of yourself helps you strategize in the entire rest of your life on how you deal with others, on how you internalize events in your life. So especially a lot of Steve's days here are for introspection and improvement on yourself. And I think that truth is a really powerful one of those themes to focus on. Um, the question that we have sitting here is, gentlemen, very informative stream. What's the AFA stance on Thorfinn Karlsefni? I know our stance on Leif Erikson and him being a traitor to our gods. Essentially curious about Thorfinn. Thanks. Svan, do you have thoughts and feelings about Thorfinn?
Yeah, well, so I don't think religiosity towards him is as grievous as it is towards Leifr, because Leifr specifically kind of thumbed in his father's eye, especially in relation to his mother. The story goes that Leif converted his mother to Christianity, and that was kind of an extra step on. It's said that she would not give him affections because he was of the older faith, and there's the story that he wanted to she wanted him to build her a chapel on the land, and he couldn't stand the old faith, so he threw an axe over a hill so that she would, be somewhere else when she was doing stuff like that. And I think that that has a particular bitterness to it, but the falling of Vinland in its own self, and I think just that time in general, the conversion and the time in which people were kind of mixing the faith. I don't know. I think it's a little bit more egregious when we talk about Leif as opposed to the accomplishments that Thorfinn made. I don't know. Was he involved? I'm trying to remember if he was involved with the whale. Might be getting the whale, the beached whale, in relation to Thor and the story about food.
Yes,
starvation. That's the one. Yeah. I don't remember the details. I'm still a little shaky on it. It's been a while. Wait, did he, when he was talking about the bounty, he asked the Gothi to see if he would get something from the gods, and a whale had beached itself?
I believe so. As I recall, it's been a long time.
It's been a while. Let me see real quick. I'm going to look this up. I remember him going to Markland and Vinland, and I think he had the 2 Scottish slaves that were the first to actually step foot in Vinland. Yep, it's let me see. I can't find. I mean, because all I have to remember is right now is the stepping of the slaves and him in Vinland. But I keep thinking of the whale story, and I'm trying to think if there's something in relation specifically to our faith. The Greenland saga. This would be one I would have to like sit down. I don't remember there being that much of a bitterness towards him in relation to the faith as there was with Leifr, because of his relationship with his father. And of course, this all correlates with, when Eric the Red got outcast from Iceland and had to go with his son to Greenland, but he had already established trade routes there. And I don't even remember. I'm almost positive the conversion of his mother, and that whole situation happened in Greenland. So it was after they left Iceland. And I think as they became more remote, Greenland being founded by kind of young upstart, like they were kind of following this foreign faith coming in, Greenland had a lot more of a Christian overtones than even Iceland did, strangely enough. And I think that might have also really been because there was an outside force of Inuits, and there might have been some sort of drive there, as there seems to be that the Greenlanders and the Inuits traded a lot and mixed a lot. And I wonder if that was from kind of a universal sense or a conversion drive amongst the Greenlanders, as opposed to where Iceland was already established. Reykjavik was found based off of Asatru like tenants. And so it was already long established there, and it was very slow to turn over, as opposed to where Greenland was like, oh, it's a new land, and well, we're all, part of the faith from Rome, so we'll be able to, kind of do what we want here. Nobody's going to be able to say it.
Yeah, I really don't remember a lot about it, honestly. I'm furiously trying to look it up over here or whatnot.
Yeah. So he's re-emphasizing there too about just being the first to discover Vinland and Markland. And
well, so here's the thing. The issue with Leif and with anyone of that generation, if you are raised Asatru and you reject Asatru to become a Christian, you are literally a traitor to the gods, and we oppose you and wish bad things on you. If that is not the case, then we don't. By your last comment, I'm assuming that somehow he's not. If he remained Asatru, and then of course we don't have a problem with him. The problem that we run into is Leif was a Viking guy who did cool stuff. That's fine. There's a lot of those. But amongst the cool stuff that he did, he also betrayed our gods. And in so doing, alienated his kin and other things. But as an Asatru church, we don't just celebrate white people who do cool stuff. We celebrate people who are loyal and faithful to our gods. Certainly in other times, we celebrate people who were not Asatru because that wasn't a viable option for them in 1500s or whatever. But a person of the generation that went from Asatru to letting Asatru die and embracing Christianity, we absolutely take a hard stance against that across the board. I don't recall Thorfinn's religious predilections, and a quick Google search doesn't tell me. So that's why I threw it to Svan first, so I could Google it and try to find a good answer on it, and I can't, and I don't. But that's our issue with Leif. If Thorfinn is the same way, then we have the same issue. If he is not, then we do not. Svan, do you have follow up?
Yeah, that would. I mean, because I know that they were together. I know that him and Leifr sailed together. Mm-hmm. And I remember the beach whale story very much so. And I think there's religious connotation in that part of the story in which there's like a Christian and an Asatru man, and they like the Asatru man prays to Thor, and the beach whale shows up. But I always get that confused. I can't remember if that was in Greenland or if that was in Iceland, though I don't think it was in Iceland, but I'm like never sure on that one yet. And I have to like read into it to get back to the details of it. I don't know. I mean, him and Leifr were together, and even though I know Leifr like headed expeditions clearly to Greenland, and he was there at Markland. I don't know, or if perhaps you're saying he would be a better substitute, as to give honor as as an Asatru hero, but I can't remember his religious leanings, and I don't know if Leifr was that much of a twat that he wouldn't be friends with an Asatruer. I mean, I'm sure he had to have been, because I'm sure there were people that might have, just didn't agree with him. Maybe far more able than his elderly parents by the time he kind of converted his mom and stuff like that. I just remember it being a point of contention more so with Leif than with Thorfinn. So I'd have to look at a little bit more at that.
Yeah, without knowing Thorfinn's particulars, I can't.
And immediately the whale part of the saga is where I would focus, because for some reason in my head, I remember there being something like that, because there was a bunch.
No, that was the thing, and the point was, the Asatru were like, Thor has blessed us with this whale. I don't recall Thorfinn's which side of that he fell on. So there was a lot of stories like that, I think, and some people speculated that they may have been additions by the time they were written down, or that the details were additions. I remember them, like there was a berserker, and there was a Christian that was like, show your faith by walking over this fire, and he put iron in the coal so that when the berserker walked over, they melted his feet or so. And I think that has a lot to go back to the Bible, in which there was a showdown between a rabbi and a Canaanite priest, and it kind of airs that same thing. But I don't remember, in specific relations with that saga, other than I remember the way. I will look into this and try to get to the bottom of it. In the meantime, Svan, tell us about day 10.
Okay, so we're moving into day 10. This is like a big night at my house. A lot of people come over. Not all of them are even Asatru. They're like, this is one of those nights they come over and they're like, oh, you guys are still doing something. And it's the brewing night, when I brewed a lot of mead, and I used to brew a lot. Thor's night. So Thor's night is the night in which we pitch yeast into the must for mead that will be utilized during Ostra. So should be ready by then. So another way to kind of continue on from one year to the next, or the turning time, was to make mead on Thor's night. So generally, even it's to the point where we'd take off work and come to the house and get our, cleaning buckets, clean all the buckets out, clean all the stirrers, and sometimes we had mead that needed to be racked. So we would rack mead and pitch yeast and drink glühwein, or drink mulled mead and store-bought stuff. And big thing too is I would always cook like lamb. That was the big thing, Icelandic style, and golden potatoes. So a traditional Icelandic meal that my mother used to cook, I would cook it on that night. And again, it's kind of like hearkening towards Thorblot. And but so it was a night of rompous drinking and brewing. I would give gifts to Thruth, daughter of Thor, of course, as her being the Austvanir over brewing, and ask her for, because she's the good strength, if you will. And I always would give an offering to her for a clean brew. And then, of course, hold bloat to Thor and just eat copious amounts of lamb and potatoes. And sometimes it would get funny. I remember a couple years back, well, actually more than a couple years back, but where, we done doing all the mead, and just the horns were deep, and it got to the point where we were doing like feats of strength, where we were lifting kettlebells and I made a yoke, a wooden yoke that had chains that would hold 45-pound kettlebells, and see how many times people could press it over their heads or do squats. And it was pretty fun. I mean, it could be a day as simple in, let's say, for instance, if you're doing it by yourself, or it could be a day of self-improvement. It could be a day to go to the gym. It could be a day to get yourself ready for, the new year, new you kind of idea, go to the gym and give piety and strength. But I always had it kind of more as it was a mead and lamb night. Golden potatoes are just yellow potatoes that are rolled in sugar that's been melted down, and it kind of makes them like a golden crust. And then we would eat lots of lamb with jelly and drink. It was good. It was. I don't drink now, so generally it's a big night for me to cook. I like to cook, and I like to put a lot of food down on the table and get to eating and having a good time with the kids. And generally I'll tell stories, because tons of stories of the Storm Father. So it's a fun night.
It sounds like it. So this night is the night to focus on steadfastness. And this night and the next night, you'll see, it's tricky to find the nuanced difference, I guess. This is one of the most important values for Asatru. It's one of the most important values for a man. Your ability to stand for what you believe in, even when there's opposition. We are very used to a very easy life to where there's not consequence. We don't like when there's consequence. We don't like when there is a cost to stand up for something that is valuable to you. Now we're unaccustomed and we're unconditioned to being able to stand, to weather the storm, to take the hit and keep trucking. Most often the first sign of opposition or discomfort, people in this wolf age tend to have a tendency to fold and to, as the kids say these days, to cuck. That's the thing. To our ancestors, if you turned and ran when you faced opposition, Tacitus put that in the same category as homosexuals, in the sense that they were mashed down into the bog because the idea of it was so just shameful and distasteful that they wanted that not to be seen. Cowardice in the face of opposition wasn't even like you defame the person and make an example out of them. There were people that was part of the judicial code that you did, but this was so just off-putting that they wanted all traces of it eliminated, so it wasn't something to dwell on. It's easy to stand back at a distance and pound your chest and talk about what an awesome Viking warrior you are. It's also easy for us to judge people who get scared. But all of these different values that we talked about during the Yule celebration, they synergize. Are we honest with ourselves and where we are with our level of steadfastness or courage to be steadfast? And if we are honest and we find ourselves wanting, what can we do in the next year to make that better? What can we do in the next year to be able to stand stronger? And it's not a one and done thing. It's a lifetime of conditioning ourselves to stand in the face of opposition, and not to give ground when we find consequence for standing for our values. It is very much easier said than done, but it's essential. And it's one of those fundamentals that makes a man a person of worth or a person without worth. One thing I have seen in my time in Asatru is the guys that talk about, guys who talk a big game, who often look the part, who, are brawlers and ex-con guys and whatever else. Very often those guys are the quickest to fold when scrutiny and discomfort face them. I've also seen guys that you wouldn't expect much out of at all, that seem physically weak, that seem, socially unadept, that have been stalwart and solid as a rock in the face of the storm and have never given an inch. It's strange because the ability to be steadfast is it's funny because all of these things go together. And what's the difference between courage, steadfastness, and loyalty? They're all very, very similar. The difference is very subtle. The ability to remain steadfast in the face of discomfort or in the face of opposition is one of the most fundamental things that, okay, so I'll do this. I know I'm hemming and hawing over this because finding the detail points between these two things are really different. We talk all in common parlance when we're like, he's a good guy. He's a good man. That very often means that someone is nice, or they're not particularly offensive, or they don't do mean things to people. That's not the same as a good man. That person is not actively doing bad things. Being neutral, like not being bad, doesn't make you good. What makes you good is you yourself being virtuous. Your ability to stand fast or to be steadfast is one of those key characteristics that separates a good man from a non-offensive man. And that's a key. We call someone a good guy way too often when we just, if we don't have sufficient reason to dislike them, they're a good guy. No, they're not. They're maybe a neutral guy. They're at best, they're a, baseline guy. Your value as a man has so much to do with your ability to stand fast and to be steadfast. We'll talk more about very similar concepts on the following day. So, Svan, take us to day 11.
Well, this is Landvatir's night or Land White's night, and this is a particular one that's good. It's fun for the children, and it begins to hearken towards the end of Yule, and generally it's celebrated with a bloat. I usually do it right at sundown, while there's still some light outside, so not always deep into the night. And it's one of the only Yule bloats that I will conduct outside. And it's specifically, if you have a shrine to the Land Whites, I have a hedgerow. It's very, very long, and that's probably the best place for me, where I take ribbons and hang up oat cakes, or another one is that we've done, which was pretty successful, was taking pine cones and swathing them in peanut butter and bird seed and hanging those up like little mini Yule trees throughout the hedgerow for the animals, and holding a gifting of the land spirits. The kids love this one. It's fun. It's a great way to just pay homage to the land. Hopefully by this time through Yule, you're taking care of your area, you're winterizing, you're putting things away, organized, all your wood pile is set, all your duties are kind of done with. So by this time, it's just giving thanks and honor. If you have an outdoor horg, or again, if you have a sacred tree, putting down ribbons, putting in, little on the ends of the ribbons prayers, or writing in runic, or things that are kind of gifted to the air, if you will. The air and the earth are kind of highly prized here. But again, it's another day that harkens back to the tradition of ornamentally giving thanks to trees outside, to even if let's say if you don't have a lot of forest or trees nearby, the idea of placing out gifts for the animals or the birds, maybe on the outside of your property, along a fence line, or on a fence post, or up on a pole, even if you don't have anything. Let's say at a roof or a stoop. Generally, it takes the form of giving gifts to birds, because when you consider other things, or squirrels or things of that nature, obviously, like if you're living in the city, you don't want to have a lot of pests coming at your house. So, go to the park and leave an offering or something of that nature. There's a lot of ways you could do it, depending on if you're rural or living in an urban kind of environment and just don't have the ability to get out into the wilds, or you don't have anything near your house. Going to a park and laying out offerings, hanging apple slices, hanging bird seed, hanging oat cakes, or even just little like sugar cookies, if you will, for the animals in the middle of the winter. That's really what this is kind of about, is giving them that midwinter bump, if you will, and just having fun with the children. I think that's the one remarkable thing that it's turned into, is kind of doing some crafts with the kids and hanging them up in the trees, and giving honor to the land wights, and just having fun on that day. It's another one of the children's days, if you will, a lot of the times.
So the theme for day 11 is loyalty. I think the difference between loyalty and steadfastness, and again, this is a failing of language. Steadfastness is loyalty to principle, whereas loyalty is loyalty to a person. And I think a person, you can expand that to the gods, just a being. Standing for a principle is one thing, and the ramifications are a little bit different, and the mental justifications are also different. Staying loyal to a person is any of these virtues aren't important unless they're capable of withstanding a test. You're not loyal to someone if you're a fair weather friend. You're loyal to them if you stand by them when it's difficult to do so. If you stand by them when you are upset with them, if you stand by them when there's consequence, if you stand by them if it is unpopular to do so. Something that is a big symptom of our soul sickness as a people is there's almost a virtue in neutrality. There is a celebration of, well, I don't like to take sides. Then you're worthless. Literally. Take a side. I respect my enemy much more than I respect the guy that just, I don't want to pick a side. I'm everybody's friend. No, that guy has literally zero value. An enemy may have legitimate reasons or strength of character or an issue over principle that they take an opposite side. But people who just don't want to get involved, they just want to be left alone. Those people lack the fundamentals that make a man a man. And it's one of those things that I think, is easy to see in a man-on-man, inherently martial conception of the world. We see it with women too. Standing by your friends and against your enemies has a value. Refusing to choose a side is the least possible character. It's you hedging your bets just in case whoever wins, you're on the side where people are going to be nice to you and you're going to be able to parasitically exist on that kindness. The quote that's always bandied about in this regard is a friend to all is a friend to none. And that's profoundly truthful. Asatru is literally about loyalty. It's in the name. It's in the word. If I don't take sides, you're not Asatru. You're not anything true. You are lacking in character. Take a side. Stand with your friends. Pick your foes and engage in life. If you're standing on the sideline waiting to see where everything settles, it's extremely disgraceful and it's antithetical to everything that we stand for. And what is true of that I don't think these people realize, they are not valued by whoever they end up on the winning side of. Everyone knows where you stood or where you didn't stand, and the victor factors that in. It's really tempting to live your life that way, but it's hard because everyone universally does not respect that. We may give lip service to that in the wolf age of wokeness, but deep down, everybody knows. I've seen that in racial conflicts. Well, you'll have a group of blacks and a group of whites, and you'll have liberal woke white guy on the side that doesn't stand with his guys. It's like, I don't have a side. Neither side respects you when you do that. I've seen both sides respect members on the other team after everything's said and done, because that person was down for theirs. If you're the guy sitting on the sidelines that's not, win or lose, neither side respects you. And we see far too much of that in this day and age. We see far too much of it specifically against our people or with our people. And it's a frequent disappointment, unfortunately. I hope that collectively we can all get better at that, and we can encourage our folk and the folks we know to have the strength of character to choose a side and to stand with it and stand with their friends against opposition. Part of this is a non-confrontationalism that I think has been bred into us in recent years, to where we constantly want to avoid rocking the boat or having a conflict. Everyone instinctively knows that if you have a conflict, and this is a thing, again, young men don't have this as much these days. In my life, when I've been in fights, if you show up and you stand your ground and you fight and you do what you got to do, at the end of the day, you can get up and look the other guy in the eye and be good on the other side. And there can be respect between men. If you don't, and you're not able to stand up for yourself or for your friends or for your family or for the people that you're supposed to be loyal to, that's remembered. And it's remembered on an instinctual level, to where the woke media has taught us not to say it out loud, but we all know it internally. And you can very quickly find yourself on the opposite end of worth. And I think that I'm just belaboring the point, but it's an epidemic these days, and I think it's really important for us to focus on. And then, Svan, can you tell us about day 12?
I know you've been waiting for this one.
Got to.
Yeah. All right. So one of the things that's worth noting is this is the last night, it's the 31st. It's Freyr's Day, Lord Freyr's Day, or sometimes together with Lady Freya. It is the joyous day, and it has some connotations back to Anglo-Saxon traditions of the ending of the wild hunt, also meaning a physical wild hunt that happened during Yule, and that a boar was slain, and the boar's head as a key central point of the feast. What that translates in modern sense, and this isn't like an idea, this is something I do, and a lot of people that have ever known me has known that I've practiced Yule this way. Is I go to the butcher shop and I try to get a boar's head, pig's head, for this celebration. And on this night, generally the meal and the bloat are almost one. It's like the bloat begins the meal, and I spend the day cooking. I'll score the pig's head, lather it in butter and salt, and put it into the oven to where the skin becomes almost like crispy bacon. The jowls are generally eaten. I cook the tongue as well and chop that up and eat it with jelly and jams, and it is phenomenal. Basically, if you like bacon and pork chops, you're in, and maybe chicharrones or crispy belly fat. It's right in all of there. It's really, really good. It's just in a way that you're not normally used to seeing it, which is in the form its head is there. But generally, the center of the feasting table, if anybody's on MeWe and they go and look back, you can see all of this that I did last year. But this night is about wealth, bounty, and hopefulness of the new year. So one of the first things that that we do is we're with the bloat and with the feast. It harkens that at the end. What we'll do is after we eat, we take the fire from the flame and we light a brand and we take it outside, and we've already stacked up in our fire pit a big pile of wood, and we light that on fire, and that is the final flame and end of Yule. And I'm telling you, by the time you're done, if you've kept your flame alight, or if it went out and you had to get community to come and help out, generally this is a great night. And a lot of times what will happen is we'll do bloat to Lord Frey and ask for good bounty and prosperity for the year and wealth and all good things. Sometimes people will take oaths and put their hands upon the boar's head and make an oath for the next year. This is an ancient tradition that's marked down as, of course, placing oaths on the boar's head. If you look it up, there's some interesting lore about that. But generally what it has become is kind of like our New Year's resolutions are placed upon it. Generally we have last year I did one till midsummer, and also to placing down a weregild. If you don't make your resolution, what are you willing to pay in lieu of your not meeting the mark of your oath? And so a lot of times it has to do with that. And my sons get involved, my daughter gets involved. They make an oath, and generally their oath is, for instance, one of my children offered to help at a animal shelter for the year, and they stuck to it mainly because we had to drive them there, but they were going to make it. And so they held true to their oath through the year. And so little things like that, in which they kind of imbue upon them a duty, and that duty is to make something better or to achieve something. And you generally place down a weregild of what you might have to do. I think with them it was some sort of chore that they would undertake if they never made it throughout the year. And again, that fire, lighting that boon fire, sometimes we would hop it, sometimes we'll blow horns. It's a testament to keeping that flame for 12 days and getting to light that fire and finally put out your light on your candle is like a huge win. So, one of the things worth noting too about the construction of the 12 days, a couple of things. One, I think the 12 days comes from so there's the Eucharist and the idea that on the 25th, some Christian groups will go 12 days until they celebrate something called Three Kings Day. Whether or not that is old Yule infused over Christianity, or Christianity has influenced us, is a great question. I don't know where the 12 days specifically comes from in relation to the Three Kings Day, but I know that 12 has significance. And the reason why we choose to do 12 days is kind of, again, the micro to macro of the year before. 12 months, 12 moons, 12 days of Yule, it all, the 12 holy gods. There's a lot in relation to that, and 24 Ausenir. So there's that number repeats over and over and over again. So one other thing too is that in the construction, you might notice that there's like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday on those upper and Frey's Day. There's people out there that'll be like, well, actually, and you are correct. Frey's Day is not actually. We know scholastically that it was most likely Frey's or Freeze Day, meaning the Anglo-Saxon name or Germanic name for Frigga. But Mother's Night is dedicated to Frigga. So Frey's Day became very, very just obvious in relation to the boar's head and making an oath. And then, of course, New Year's resolutions, and it kind of all integrated together, creating that. So yes, we know that's the correct way, but Frigga's got the first day in Yule, and Lord Frey and the feast with eating ham is correct. Uh-oh.
It's not the correct way. It is one way that our ancient ancestors celebrated the 12th day.
I know. I always kind of have to play for the basement wizards or whatever it is. It's just somebody's going to say, and I know, but it works out well. And this is what it's turned into. This is how it's evolved.
I picture that guy being Chris Farley, like adjusting his belt.
The black room glasses.
Yeah, we don't need to cater to the basement wizards. They can put a basement hex on you if they have the magical gravitas. They perhaps have the physical gravitas. That said, a couple questions. Where can one find a pig face?
Oh, easy.
Attached to a pig, obviously. Aside from that,
what I found was here in the South, I know that pork and butcher shops, a lot of swine is sold at most butcher shops. So like I found a place called Central Meats, and they're just a local butcher shop / I think they actually process the animals there, but they're not far off. Like it's a 20-minute drive. You can go to butcher shops and find them. If you're not able to, some online places I've seen people actually get like frozen ones from meat packing places online, but sometimes they'll get a half. So it's only half a boar's head on the plate. And that's good too, because I find sometimes the whole is a little bit too much, but like just eating one half. I know in Iceland we do the same thing with lamb's head. But the idea is really is of the jowl meat, which is about the size of a large pork chop. That's really what you're trying to eat. And the skin, when you cook it right, it's like a crispy bacon pork rind kind of combo.
Pork jowl is amazing.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that until I lived in Florida. Pork rind is fantastic. Or pork jowl is fantastic. So how much does a pig face cost you?
So the one that I buy full size, depending on weight, can fluctuate anywhere between $30 and $50. That was I got a pretty heavy one, and you don't have a lot of. I didn't have a lot of choices. Like they might have only like 2 or 3 on hand, and they don't really sell them that often. And at this point, they kind of know either me or my wife coming in there. They know why we're there because that's the only time I ever go into that particular one, because there's another butcher shop that's really close to me. So that if I wanted cuts, I go there.
Yo, Bailey's here for that pig face.
Right. But I mean, this is it does harken back to the ancient tradition of the wild hunt and the hunting of the winter boar and placing.
No, absolutely, it does. It's funny, and I laugh at it. I really want to do that this year, and I mean to every year and don't get around to it. So, like, I'm looking on my phone for local butcher shops. Of the things, this is probably the most traditional that we've talked about is, having the boar's head. We've all seen those, old-timey paintings and things, and you have the pig's head with the apple in it, the thing. Yeah.
Sometimes stuff in the ears.
Okay, so then comes, how do you prepare the pig face?
Okay, so there's a couple ways you can do it, and really what you can cook it in a tightly wrapped foiled tray, and then afterwards pull off the foil, and you can place butter on it. Then scoring the skin slightly in X patterns makes better grip for butter and salt. sometimes getting soft butter or room temperature butter and mixing it with salt and then pasting it on and then sticking it back in the oven. And then the last like 10 minutes, you want to do a broiler. And the only reason why I say it's sometimes the ears will get singed if you put it in for too long. But that crisping with the butter is the key. And that's like 20 minutes. So you end up baking it in the oven at 350 for a while, but there's not a ton of meat on it. It's really only in here. The most of it is skin, so it's not as bad as you might think. The only thing is if you get it frozen, you might have to do either longer just to thaw it out, or if you thaw it out in your fridge the night before, depends on when you get it. If I had to do one really, really fast from frozen. So what I did is I actually took a lobster pot and stuck it in warm water, boiled it until it was completely softened, and then pulled it out, scored the skin, and then did the oven. And that took about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And then that last 20, 30 minutes to really, really crisp the skin. There's a lot of recipes online too, surprisingly.
All right. Well, there you have it. So this, as the final day of Yule, the theme for day 12 is wisdom. In a lot of ways, wisdom is the culmination of all of the aforesaid 11 concepts, but integrated one to another in your analysis of how did I succeed in the year that's come before this? What did I accomplish? What can I do better next year? What areas do I need to work on? What of my strengths do I need to enhance? What of my weaknesses should I focus on in the next year? All of those things are a very good thing to do on day 12. And then, celebrate it that night with some champagne and pig face.
I see, I'm going to say her name wrong, Kaylee McPhee, saying that, she's, I think she's the one that also talked about the hemispheric time shifts.
Yeah, she's in New Zealand, I believe.
Yeah. And this is, it's always great in the sense that you can, you're ahead of the curve in a way, speaking of turnings of the wheel, but I'd just be infinitely happy to know that someone is celebrating on the other side of the world, and we're all sharing in this same tradition, maybe at different times of the year, but
you know what? Perfected. Eat a midsummer pig face, and then you know how to do it for Yule in y'all's June. It's always a good time for a pig face. I joke, I'm fascinated by this every time Svan talks about it. It sounds awesome. And mark my words, I'm going to do it this year. If I can find one within hours drive, I'm going to do it. And I'll start looking on that tomorrow. But that said, coming up next week, we've got Brandy with the third and final installment of her Beowulf series. We've got some time now to implement Svan's amazing list of all the different ways that he celebrates the days of Yule with his family. So we got a little bit of time to prepare for that. I encourage all of us, including myself, to go out and do that. It's going to be kind of the first year that Aubrey's really aware and can fully digest some of these things. So I'm very excited about that. Till I speak to you guys next time, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.
Happy Yule, everybody.
Happy Yule.